Here's a phrase I never thought I'd say. Daystar took a map off Furia. Also, could have won map 1. This could have been done and dusted. I will say this map looked completely different from map 1. It wasn't just all the show on defense and then no gusto on attack.
Yeah, well, I'd like to say I'm omniscient, Rob. I like to say I can predict the future, but in reality, I'm actually so pleasantly surprised by Daystar and their reactions, because when they switched over to their attacks, it was looking like it was going to head very similarly to how Lair went, but they managed to find a way. They got closer together. They won the entry engagement, and most of all, they had the resolve to make the rounds work, just to, in those big moments, to control them, got it to overtime, and then got it done on their map pick. And now we go to a map 3, which I don't think anybody saw coming.
Yeah, I don't know if this is too much of a hot take. I mean, Furia arguably has the better players, the more proven players, but that being said, Daystar is the better team right now. I mean, we're seeing them autocorrect mistakes as the series goes on. They understood the success from Lair was playing slow, playing off of each other, making sure the trades count, and we said we needed to see that on their attacks on Bank. That's exactly what we saw. They started playing a lot more slow. They forced Furia to make mistakes, force Furia into uncomfortable positions because they understood Furia was going to go for fights, and that's where Daystar got the opening kills, as opposed to them just running in to get the opening kills. And you can see, I mean, 11 opening kills, to only 3 opening deaths. Daystar is immensely improving as the series commences.
I think normally across the best of 3, especially when, and this is a big underdog against a big favorite for the tournament, whenever you see that, usually you see the favorite evolve into the tournament. And in fact, it was actually the underdog of Daystar that were evolving in. They were getting a big read onto Furia, and particularly on the side of the entry department. Herds, he is that feast or famine player. We highlighted him as the monster of yesterday, and then today, where specifically inside of this map, where he's gone 0-7 on the entry, and that's kind of what you get. You've got to take the rough with the smooth.
Yeah, it's the hot and cold. I mean, that's the position when you're playing flexible, and especially against a team like Daystar, where you have to slot in where you find the most success. Herds just wasn't able to connect on any positions with the front line or the back. He was always getting caught out, and it's really good reads by Daystar to understand where he's going to be matched out.
Do you think that there's an element that we take from map 1 and map 2? By the way, they are the real scores. If you were looking at that going, that doesn't look right, those are real scores with Daystar. With Cafe now, I mean, how much of what we've just talked about from, Lair and Bank, how much do we take into Cafe, or can this be considered a new map?
I mean, I don't think it's a new map. I think Daystar's slowly been improving. Of course, Furia has the element of they've been here before. They've come back before. They're not going to let a situation like this hold them down. But that being said, we talked about it in the map ban phase. If any map was going to favor Daystar, it wasn't map 3 in Cafe, just because we saw how good defensively they were on the trades, on playing slow. Cafe's a map that just implements that. You're able to stall it out, have the time against you, and the way Furia is playing right now, with struggling to find openings, playing very individualized, we're going to have to see, the Furia that we know and love.
Yeah.
What is he? What's he doing over there?
He's trying to G the tee up.
He's keeping the energy.
He is. And I will say, for those of you who are not...
Right. He's getting the
hand warmers.
Yeah.
Right. No. Let's chill. For those of you who don't know Harambe, he obviously led this team back in its early inception with Direwolves. He was one of the first players we ever had on APAC South interviews back on the day, and he was always trying to innovate. He was always trying to stay positive. With right now, it needs to happen.
How different are the vibes?
It's insane.
How different are the vibes between the two teams? Very serious faces on the looks, particularly on the coach of Igor for Furia. Yeah. And then Harambe, he's joking around with his team. He's having a lot of fun.
I mean, if you're Furia, you're in a position where you shouldn't be losing this in the first place. So, of course, you're going to be frustrated.
And the rise of Wildcard as well, in the context of the group. They want to be first place. They want to get the bye. That loss could actually be monumental for them. The fact that they've lost a map in a fixture they would expect to be 2-0.
The only thing I'm a little concerned about right now is Daystar starting on attack. They've had defense both sides here, Jack. Do you think that's going to be a problem for momentum?
Potentially. And the reason that I say potentially is obviously Lair, they couldn't attack for Toffee. They could not get it done. And then they get onto Bank and they managed to find a way, but only in the latter half. Cafe can be a very momentum-driven map, so if they start off on the back foot on attack, it could go wrong quite quickly.
Right, but we saw how good their attacks were, being slow, taking their time on Bank. Cafe is an even smaller map. Hopefully we'll see that too.
I'm here for APAC supremacy. That's all I care about right now. Fluke, Demo, what are you here for?
I am here for a third map. And I was one of the ones that believed we could get here. I think I was the only one.
of the casters and the analysts and the host who believed we could get here. I mean, to be fair, it was almost done in 2 maps. There's more believers! I said it would happen, didn't I? Will it end here, though? That's the worry.
Well, it will end. Somebody's going to win this map.
Somebody's going to win. Somebody will win, and somebody, well, both of them are on the Dostoevsky. Well, somebody must win. Somebody must define themselves. Somebody might upset one of the big dogs. Otherwise, sometimes we might just get the result we sort of called on, and statistics backed and other such things. One of those initial problems, as it was highlighted, is the fact that for the first time this series, Daystar will be opening on their attack. It's this strange position where, yeah, okay, Bank came back to the 3 versus 3, but the strong opener from Daystar and then building back in, there's different energies you've got to apply.
Yeah, I think the glaring thing that I picked up on straight away, just based on the scoreboard that was shown.
I love Neymar.
Good to know.
He's
it was
the gap.
It was the 0-7 opening kill stat for Herds.
Yep.
That is a massive issue. 0-7 by... When's the last time we've seen an 0-7 for one player in opening kills and deaths? Didn't win a single entry engagement and was involved in 7 of them.
Especially when you were, coming into this, the highest rated player in the whole tournament. They were #1 statistically based on how good they were yesterday, and yet that hasn't translated on towards today. But new map, new position, new place, new result. Who dis? Could be Daystar. Obviously, they ended themselves there, getting in the back and forth. It was full max OT. It was even halves. It was as back and forth a game as you could statistically like, without it being just continually traded rounds.
Attackers are heading out to
They are
defuse a
always
bomb.
on that brink, that chant. And the chant starts with these bans. The limitation from Furia's Furia want to bring to this is no Ying, no call. This makes sense on a map like Cafe, and especially against the isolation nature.
Especially whenever Dokkaebi was a big feature in that last map.
Yeah, exactly. It was something that Daystar used very, very well, made sure that they could put the pressure on when they went for the swings, made sure that they could sort of catch players out and get into the gun games with at least a step ahead of them this time. Not quite so lucky. Seems like they're going to pay attention towards the top floors. You've obviously got some of the stretch and some of the positioning, but it hasn't really been a super wide roam here. They don't really need to go for it. Does get a bite out of Felipox. Just shows that they're sort of waiting, but the swing comes round from VIP, and, well, they don't need to go any further.
Minute gone. A lot of players in the building at the moment for the attackers. Seal with a big drop in through Skylight. Again, he's the buck. He's going to be the main operator to do a lot of the verticality work alongside that Ram. Already, he's thrown some of the drones in. And there we go. We've been rewarded with an easy kill. And the opening pick once more goes in favor of Daystar.
Just couldn't get the position. This round, Felipox was just being taken out from all the different angles. And, well, a false start for him, but a great start here for Daystar. The Deimos will get his control, will get his lockdown. Here's the verticality. It's just going to force the space. You expect it. When you're not contesting this floor, you expect this to happen. And now it's just the positions around this opening and making those work. That gets open, so you get a bit more of the width when you're staring down on towards the, the coat check door in this power position.
So, obviously, Freezer is going to be their choice. As you can see, they're having a bit of an issue with an electrified hatch. Eventually, they're going to get it with the nade. Now, whenever we see teams try and go for the Freezer take, once they have got themselves in above and use the verticality, it's all about that man right there. We see just get pinged Herds inside of VIP. That's the danger man. He can stop them dropping the hatch. So, typically, a lot of util is going to be thrown Herds' way to stop him from doing so.
You know, I mean, he was one of those sort of contenders. If we highlight how he was yesterday, he's always got the chance of turning it on. But JV, who's a contender in the last map, but Pakanzu is the one currently holding onto the title, swings his way past and tears the head off them as they have to peel back and pull back to the side, tracked by the Deimos. He's hoping he can get a kill, but he's blinded and pushed out. There's actually a drop from a Thorn Trap. Not sure if that was one of the bingo squares, but it's confirmed itself a kill.
10 seconds to go. They need to try and get the plant in, but this guy with the shotgun is going to be the issue.
Well, can they get one? They can. Can they drive any further? They're looking for it. They've got to get themselves in. There's the pickup, Pakanzu.
Did he need to peek that?
Probably not.
Did he need to peek that with a timer? I don't know. Need to get a VAR check, please.
We need more sideline reporting.
Can we get one of the admins to the monitor, please, to have a look at this?
We're still in these rounds. This is what I've loved about this series, is how close it keeps being, right? It's not that it is just one way or the other. Even when, that was beautiful, even when team is, you know, sort of getting control of the round.
I think a second point 3 was probably left. However, I did just notice Seal had the diffuser still, and he was inside the bomb site, so he could have planted over towards the double window, beside where the rice bags are.
Daystar, open up. First attack is theirs. I made a mistake in the end of the previous. They're obviously not playing for elimination. I just forgot the team had already been eliminated.
God, that elevate have been worse than that.
Yeah.
5 seconds.
That's a very positive outlook.
Listen,
You don't want anyone to be eliminated.
I don't.
Sadly, we have to keep it moving here. We need to find who's going to win this whole thing.
I'm the one with the sign that's like, I just want both teams to have a good time. And you're the one that tears my sign in half.
You're like, you want both teams to win, both teams to lose.
Yeah. And that's where we meet in the middle. No, what they're playing for is seeding, and what they're playing for is obviously being in that upper bracket, being in that position of power.
Well, we heard that with the interview that Milos did with Felipox. It's still in their hands to finish first, and that's what they're aiming for.
Yeah.
They came in and said, yes, we're already through, but we want number 1.
I'm not entirely sure on how things sort of operate in terms of picking opponents, as we've done in previous setups, and I'd have to talk to one of them rules heads about that. But otherwise, KZ talks to Azuki with a C4 and says bye-bye. Gets rid of him on the opening of this round, and no Lion. None of those are oppressive charges. And when you're thinking about what has been banned with the Dokkaebi and with the control of those loose players, we said how important it is, and how important it cannot be. Now you're looking at what is going to be that driving force. What's the instigator of this lineup for their entry?
Well, that's one thing that I think I've been surprised about with Daystar. A lot of the times the operators that they choose, they're not necessarily what would be considered meta. I mean, you know, where's your Grim? Like, Grim is up, and for a Kappa, he's so good, and just I'm not seeing on the board to be utilized, and it is such a surprise. They're going to work their way through with nades if they can, but still, players upstairs, and we know that the way that Fury like to set up, where they're there ready for trades, and obviously has that formation, and here comes the utility dump. The nade is going to miss as nades drop towards the other side of the cabinet. Felipox picks up one. Great swing, though, from Souffle. Gets him in towards Cocktail, but they're still at a man disadvantage.
Man disadvantage. Now they've also lost the IQ as well, so the worry of some of the gadgetries, which did pull a kill last time round, could pop their heads up again. Still going for the clear. They're hoping to try and get some of this verticality, force the pressure. They might be able to find another player before they go for the execute, just on the positional clarity, and that's down to Furia. How much they want to contest this, and how much, well, just keep themselves a bit further back. We do have KZ lurking, I think, just at the bottom of Brown's stairs, so he could pop up at a moment's notice, but Souffle slips in, drops one down, a 3 versus 3, and there's no immediate response. There needs to be a little bit of an activation phrase, and as I said, KZ laying in wait. Needs the right call because there's 25 seconds once again.
And no smokes left either. All of the util is gone for Furia, so Daystar just wait out the smoke.
He's on
trying
the
to
move.
plant. Here we go.
On the move, combined with a swing from Felipox as well. Perfectly played and pieced together. And I mean, that's just Furia retake.
And that was great comms, I believe. Well, I don't speak Brazilian, nor am I... or Portuguese, sorry. Or am I in the team to hear it? But I could only assume that the call would have been, I'm out of smokes. We need to hit them now before they can start going for a plant.
And you have to also give credit there as well. They played the time. They played that 6th man in the roster. They made sure that they went, you know, I'm not just going to throw myself in. I'm waiting. We're waiting. We'll do it. It's 25. No, we can wait. 20. Great. Even when this pressure's coming through, it's just, you know, they went at 20 seconds. They combined themselves with that extra element of pressure, so there was even more confusion. And hey, levels us back up, and we're going to stay on the mid floor. I do wonder where we go after this, if we go back down towards kitchen or if we head towards the top floor.
Well, this map, all 4 bomb sites are viable. In every single one be defended. You know, pretty common occurrence across any time we see a cafe. Will say though, I think top floor is probably the least favored just because of the window gameplay, which can be pretty frustrating, I think, for a lot of defenders, especially if you don't have operators like Azami, like Clash available to yourself, which is what Fury have to deal with without those operators.
Attacker's objective is to defuse the bomb.
You see the pulse pit coming in though. JV. Let's see if he can gain some great information. This is a play that we've seen a lot from Fnatic inside of EML. If you remember, Sarks on the pulse was an absolute menace. The information he was able to gather, and you combo that with a hefty amount of C4s, and there's 3 of them on the side of Furia, you could have some pretty explosive gameplay.
Wondering where this first engagement might come together. As I said before, that opener has often sort of gone away from them, right? You're looking at that big missed moment of a game that really defined the middle map. And here, Daystar, sort of a one-up, one-down situation. If they can try and get that mentality of, well, things are falling away from you in the opener, just keep putting into the 5 versus 4s. Or if Fury believe, well, maybe we're that problem, right? Maybe we keep giving them these engagements, pay them a bit more respect, and let them have to come into our weighted guns, let them have to fall into a trap. That's twice C4.
And what did I say about the last round? Where's their Grim? Why are they not bringing the Grim?
Well,
there's the Grim, and he's dead straight away.
Joe does get JV92. There was a jump out attempted.
Where are you going?
He was out the window and off towards the next round. The thing is, as you said, no Grim, but also no Azuki, the MVP and the star player of the previous map.
Yeah, he's not having a great start, 0-3. Yet to get on the scoreboard. I mean, half the round gone. And again, not a lot happening for Daystar. They're just looking for these little gaps and these little openings, but Furia able to gather just a bit of comfort. I mean, like, there's not a lot going on. They can just sit in sight, sit in their hands. Still got the Solus there to provide a bit of information if you can spot some drones coming in, and they're still the Brava, so you can get some value out of that Solus.
Joe's obviously taking a fair chunk of damage here, so even the side of that impact can be pretty impactful. At this point, the C4's obviously gone, but they can slow some time with the Tubarão, and time has been a very precious resource between these two teams, waiting, hoping, but time. Again, it's that element that I said Furia play with very well. They're keeping themselves stationary. They're keeping themselves busy. They're saying, we know roughly what's going to happen, and at this point, it's the opponents that get a bit angsty. The Kanzu's going to try and get himself in close. He sort of gives a bit of the game away that he's coming. He's not being massively shy about it, but you can just do this. Swing in and ooh. Didn't expect it to entirely go that way, but neither did he. And here's the follow through, but Herds! Heard every single step and herds them to an early grave. Souffle finds one on the trade out, but 10 seconds left, no time, too slow, too bad, 2-1.
Yeah, issue there for Daystar. Almost hoping that Fury is going to make a mistake. You look at the Brava downstairs, held that angle for a very long period of time, at least half the round. He was there just holding on, hoping that somebody would take a walk down White Stairs. But Furia don't need to make that play because Daystar are not creating enough problems to force Furia into that play. Why does a player from Fury need to walk down the White Stairs if nobody's on the window, nobody's going for a bait, nothing's happening on the map? They're waiting for Fury to make mistakes, but you need to force the mistakes.
Yep.
This is Furia we're talking about.
I think that's it. It's a momentum that we've had on map 2 and map 1 that was very fast, it was very fluid, it was very aggressive from both teams. Unfortunately, Daystar, they're a little bit worried. There's a little bit of trepidation in their approach right now, and, well, it's leading to this. Not enough time to try and piece things together. They're hoping to get these little smart picks and smart plays, but Furia just aren't offering them.
No, I think finally the playstyle's caught on the Furia. The pennies dropped
in
their head. Light bulbs went on. And there is somebody hopeful.
Unlike me, as I'm repeatedly told. At this point, you are looking at down towards kitchen again. You are looking at what was a site
10
success
seconds to go.
for Daystar the first time round. It turned into a procedural elimination,
seconds
but
left
as I
before
said, it felt a little bit odd. They were being caught Fury in off positions. They were being threatened from these places that maybe they didn't need to try and take those engagements, and surely they'll be a step ahead.
I think that Dokkaebi ban's big as well, isn't it? You know, I think
Yeah.
that was also an element to Bank where that Dokkaebi call was, it helped those kind of lurkers, it helped the players who were waiting to make those plays.
Look at this, the post-IQ world as she comes through as the third ban, doubles down with the Mozzie and the Valkyrie. So much intel will absolutely devastate the approacher.
Yeah, I was going to mention this. You're going for the IQ ban. It means Valkyrie has to come into the swing of things. And yeah, for Philippox, going to get great value out of those cameras. Ready with the C4 lineup. He is up against the shield. I mean, again, I just think that they're missing more utility. Like, if we're trying to go for a bakery take here, which is what they're setting up for, where's your Capitan? You know, where's your Grim? Where's the operators that are going to make players move? All they brought in is just a couple of grenades and some flashbangs. That's it. There's nothing to force players out of position.
So you have JV holding on to Wedding, going for the swing. They've got the player behind Bakery itself, but more of a catch and one more. No, yes, all the way. Can we get it? We can. And finally the wall will open up, but the impact doesn't quite hit the body that they want. But again, look at this stack. They have so many players. Another Wamai disc, and Herds wanting to go for a hop out.
They don't
are
need
they
to
just
move.
gonna take it? They are, and they make a connection. The upside hound swinging gets the head of JV92. The flash is over the top of Bakery. They're seeing if they can just take this step by step. They know about the Valkyrie now. Close by, but Valkyrie knows about them. Swings round. They're going in between the mix of at least the two players on Bakery, and Nade refuses to leave because he can do things like that. Gets dropped, but with everybody around there dead, should be able to be recollected and will. The Wedding wall's still solid. They still have all the sort of structure. They also now have that vertical win. Furia were a brick wall.
Oh, that attack is... It's too basic to defend against. Like, the Wamai value, my word. Got everything. Like I said, you're not bringing in the operators to deal with that.
好，我们现在开始打的急一点，好不好？像我们刚刚那个大轰一样，我们一样打急一点，一个一个东西慢慢解，然后资源带够，麻烦排资源。我们最后这2回合其实资源排的不是很好，好不好 ？Benji 都没排掉，然后分裂也排不掉。如果需要，一样 IQ 退取，把他们陷阱都垫一垫 ，OK？ 听得懂吗？然后大飞哥，你那个一侧啊。你去开门开窗之后就可以不要再待了，我们去靠正面，如果我们中后期要转的话，我们再转，好不好？这样听得懂吗？好不好 ？Easy guys。没 IQ。
Easy. Oi.
Well, it's not easy at the moment.
No,
because they're 3-1 down. And yeah, just again, too basic for Fury to defend against that. Didn't cause them really any problem. I mean, this was the only play, and you think, that's just a good shot, that's just good siege. But this was the mess. You know, the team play here from Philippox and Nade, and we've talked about that support backline. They can gun as well as the other ones. They can, that's the thing. All the great teams in the world, everyone can have a moment, you know, and those two certainly can. It just happens to be that the other guys steal all the kills before they get the opportunity. It's not that they can't do it, it's just get stolen from them.
I hate it when that happens. That's what happens to me and Tim as
now,
well.
That's
We are just like, you heard it first, Ace of Pyrite.
No.
We are just like Philippox and Nade.
No.
Thank you, Demo. So, one of the things that I think that really defines Furia is their fearlessness. They will hold places, they will lock in positions, they will ensure that, well, they are assured. Previous maps, they've been a bit mobile, been a bit active, and been caught because of it, doing things like this, but hey, you're 3-1 up and you want to shake things after a timeout. But this time round on Cafe, where they've sort of built themselves these very solid holds, well, it's put too much pressure on Daystar, who are also quite good at swinging in, but they don't have the map momentum, the space working in their favor. KZ Back on the stairs where we saw Herds obviously pull off a bit of a blinder before. Yes, the control of utility. We've seen them struggle. Obviously, when an IQ gets banned, you know kind of what's going to happen, and it's going to be utility. You're going to get Valcams. You're going to get, as we saw, Mozzie Pest, the Echo drones as well. Ooh, just gets found out. Doesn't quite get the 90 cam.
3 drone operators as well being brought into the lineup, so they're really going to try and get as much information as possible and destroy that utility, as you mentioned. But they need to make something happen. They need to force mistakes here out of Fury, and they didn't do that the last time. We've seen them here. They just kind of held angles and hoped that Fury would walk into them, but Fury, I mean, we can obviously see they've caught on to the playstyle of Daystar, and I mean, they're happy enough just to use their util. Ooh, that's a better play, though, from Joe, being able to pick up the kill on the JV. No trade. More importantly to note, Herd's not wanting to go back in for that engagement.
In the meantime, Souffle tried to find his way in towards the new Falcon, gets removed. Couldn't quite get himself any control there of the Christmas door, and instead, well, things get leveled up. And here, can the Valkyrie be that rebalance? Oh, they had an expectation the fight was coming and he couldn't quite win it out, but where else can you go? And Echo almost came to the saving grace, but look at this, 2 bodies. They know they need to keep the trade game going. The Echo's the lead in and entirely surrounded. Brilliant play.
Yeah, great work. One guy by himself. Yes, he's been able to pick off full epochs, but the response is there. Use the Echo drone. You can see that nobody's with him. Nobody was there to assist that play that Bakanzu made. There's a C4 from KZ. Oh dear, Daystar now sitting the 2v3, and again, look at the time. Not a lot to work with.
Azuki has been killed by a C4 3 times throughout these games so far. And it's just, he cannot get in, and it's a big
bullet hole.
Bullet.
Are we in, where are we, 2020? What is this?
It's on the bullet hole. And now, just Joe left. They know exactly where he is. They just pre-fire the fight. Oh dear, oh dear. 4 rounds in a row here for Furia. They're currently sitting 4-1 up on their defense. As we said, it might be that sort of turn of the tournament, turn of the showdown, where they start having to start on their attack. The side where statistically in the showdown, they've been weaker before. Fortunately, those weaknesses are showing up again. Fury, in the meantime, if they get onto their attacks where, truth be told, they've also been struggling a little bit more today, well, they now have that boon of all those rounds already in their pocket. They have at least a guaranteed 4-2 half, but if it keeps going the way it's going, with the fact that the only round Daystar got was that opener, the 5-1 looks pretty likely.
Yeah, looking good for Fury at the moment. Just for Daystar, they're not getting the kills that they had previously. Look at Azuki. A torrent time. Considering where he was in the last map, he has not hit the ground running.
Seal as well.
Seal also yet to get a kill. I mean, JV's also in that same boat with them, but
yeah,
you look at KZ, 8 kills for him, full epochs and 6. Got other players stepping up big.
I think the problem is Seal and Azuki obviously missing. They were the 2 best players in the server on the last map. They were all over the game that they needed to be. Azuki was having a great first map as well. Seal was sort of middle of the table. But they've just been, as you said, locked out here. 0-9 for the superstar pairing when you sort of need them the most.
I think they might go for a bit of a reckless play. You look at what they have. They have a Blitz. They have a Finka. They have a Lion. Those are their kind of rush operators. And don't forget about the bomb site that we have. It's a bomb site with a straight single window jump in. So you can immediately get into the bomb site. And we've seen plenty of times Blitz just flood their way in through that window. So that could be the potential that they go for. Do keep in mind that Blitz is not the player with the diffuser. Instead, he's going to go towards the red stairs jump. And he's got himself in, but he's going to use it to try and get above and fight the roamers, I think.
They've gone for the fight up here. They've already got the support structure of the Finka trying to find the first. But look, they've gone left. Furia, like ghosts in the night, they've disappeared and they've just given them nothing to chase or to grab onto other than the threat of maybe more C4s landing on more of these players.
The only thing now they're missing, they've used both of the smoke grenades.
Yep.
They've got no other way of covering lines of sight. Yes, they've got a lot of nades, but getting value out of that's going to be a lot different compared to just throwing the smoke and planting in it. So that's the risk that they've went for. They used the smokes to get the Blitz in through red stairs. Whereas, let's be honest, he could have just dropped the red hatch and saved a lot of that. And somehow, where is he? What?
He's off. Up Brown.
He has went from one side of the map to the other, and he's seen no one.
He's places to be, and he might be about to find KZ.
He's got a restaurant booking. Where's he going?
He's off
Now
to the
we're
wedding.
going.
No,
Now, why are we back at the start? Why are we back at the start?
He's about lap 2, mate. We're playing a racing game. He's about to find lap 2, but he's only got a minute to try and make this one piece together. KZ's still below. He's gone in. He's seen the first fight. If he gets caught out here, after everything, Seal takes some damage elsewhere as KZ's got him locked down. But now the Blitz is stuck. Stuck in a 1 versus 1 on a long-range firefight. The diffuser's changed. Now he's back upstairs. Now he's in the site. He made it, and he's up to the races. Gets one, but JV had already found his one in that same time. Look at them holding. They're going for the plant, but Philippos, he could just pop round the corner as Nate finds one. An easy sweep up, and now the kid is cold. They've lost control of the stairs themselves, and they're just looking down through openings, hoping to get a kill. But it's locked, mate. 20 seconds. You got to get a shift on. You know we're near the site. You know we're near your teammate, and you know we're near pulling this round out of, well, to be honest, a bag that's probably already closed, sealed, and has Furia's name on it. There's the hop over the top into the waiting gun of KZ, and now spraying, waiting. No, I want the kill on my own stats. Where are you, Souffle? Come here. Delicious, says Furia.
That's the most Scooby-Doo looking round I think we've had all event. He went from one side, he jumped in the window to start with, he used the smokes, he got up red, he was looking for roamers, they ran away. He then somehow ended over to the other side of the map. He's outside. You thought he was going in the restaurant, then he runs all the way around, up the balcony, jumps in the site, somehow got a kill in the midst of that.
Okay, let me just.
What did they do? Like,
I'm gonna take you back. I'm gonna take you back to you yesterday, where you're like, "I'm better than Savage on the Blitz. I'm a great Blitz player." Is this coming from you as a great Blitz player, or is this?
No, it's just what's he doing? It's like the reverse effect of a TARDIS. It's massive on the outside, but there's nothing going on inside.
Unfortunately, nothing going on is also Daystar's current score. 5 rounds in a row, once again for Furia. They pulled this off in the last map, and then Daystar were able to turn it on, but it was still all the way to the end. Here, well, in fairness, hey, it's me, Emmy, giving people a little bit more hope again. Daystar were 5-1 up against Furia on the first map, and then things changed. We know it's possible, but the difference is Furia are now the ones that just need to push 2 over the edge. They just need one of these sites to connect on their attack, and Cafe offers itself quite well to that.
10 seconds remaining.
Oh, Daystar. On the defense, which
5 seconds left.
It's
should
better.
be good for them, but just feel that Furia have worked their way
Locate a bomb.
into the game a lot better compared to previous times that we've seen them so far this series, where they're straight away going for the 5-1 in control. However, look at this from Daystar, not slowing down in the aggression. He's went for a spawn peek. He was able to down KZ. That's 8 HP straight off it, but he's double dipped. You never double dip.
Never double dip. Joe goes. And now KZ, he's well hurt, but he's got his 1 for the round, and he's 11-2 for the map. I mean, he is currently almost the reverse of Seal and Azuki put together. The worry is, if they're on a 5-1 to a 6-1, maybe this series that we wanted to be a big finale and a back and forth fades.
Really good intel there from the Pulse, seeing that 2 players are located on the rappel. Just gives that kind of heads up to Souffle. You may be dealing with 2 players instead of just the 1. And oh! Almost gets caught out. Oh, makes the dash across and drops the hatch. Now he will join some of the other defenders downstairs. Leaves Seal the only man upstairs in the bomb site.
He's just going to go for the run out C4. The Pulse has just found out nobody's there, and he's, well, tried to find a fight on the top floor. Herds, in the meantime, finds Souffle. And look, they're sort of watching and waiting. Azuki does find his first kill. Seal also finds his first. Finally, the 2 big players have found themselves an impact to level things up, but Nade Make sure at least the man that was trapped in the core of the top floor is caught out. Now the site is theirs, so they're going to try and get the kit planted and find a safe place to posture, and that's on top of this. But Azuki, in the meantime, gets himself a kill underneath. No more C4s for this coverage, and it's going to turn into a bit of a gun swing. JV92 is worried about where to go, and they've got a minute, so why not try and close down on the kill? That's the confirmation, and that's that collapse. So 1 versus 2. The last one is underneath. He's going to have to rotate his way up white, which he will do, but
Already rotated.
so much time! Whoa, Piganzu! He baits the play. It's a pulse. He could go underneath and cause some trouble. We'll hear the plant. He's going to slip his way on by, but they seem to know Azuki was in this position, so maybe they got intel. Oh, it doesn't matter if they do or they do not, because JV92 only does one thing, and that is play brilliant Siege.
Oh, so close.
So close.
So close to hitting that kill. Wow. I mean, Furia, has to be said, though, good decision-making for how they were able to get into the bomb site. They seen there was jump outs downstairs. They knew about the pulse. As soon as the Cade showed himself also below, they knew there was one guy left. And what did they do? Flood that bomb site, get themselves out, and try and lock down the bomb site. Use the Capital, cover off the staircases. There was a little bit of hesitation because they just weren't entirely sure if people had gotten themselves back into the bomb site in time, and they just didn't know if they wanted to go for the plan.
I mean, gotta say, that was beautiful. This, though, oh, if he had, it's like one of those moments where obviously he didn't know he would be that sort of visible. They're playing off of audio. If he had ADS, I feel the same. If he had ADS a split second before, he would have had the perfect lineup on him. And sometimes you get the cap over the hop of the stairs, and sometimes you get dropped from a planter pulling off moves like that. 6-1, Daystar must be perfect if they want the hope of pulling this into a win, if they want the hope of getting more than the commiseration points, and if they want a bit of an easier statistical time against Falcons for seeding purposes tomorrow. Either way, you also kind of want a bit more of a fight. Nade will get some of the destruction done on whatever was behind the door, and then try and get the door open themselves. Lasergate will slow things down. Remember how aggressively this position had been held before. We obviously don't quite have the same MO. There's no MI, there's none of that sort of burn. You don't have the aggression from the Valkyrie. Instead, it's more of Daystar, right? You've got the option of a roam seal on the Vigil, seeing if they can find a friend up top, but just a precursory swing onto Herds, who heard that, but he's between two players, and they're going to actually go for the fight. Goes for one. Goes to try and bait out the second. Seal confirms Herds. Slips his way past in towards Wedding. There's a lot of damage being done, but look, isolates the Blackbeard. He's going to cook him alive. No, he can't, because JV shows up at the right possible time. KZ gets sealed. There's KZ inside the side itself. A 4 versus 2. And talking about being cooked, they are in that kitchen. They are waiting for a fight.
Look at the difference in the util dump. We've seen both the attacks from either side with going bakery direct. Look at the operators brought in to disrupt those players. And you can just explode in and take that control.
Planted kit is the attempt here, and they're drawing some focus. The slow creep forward from Azuki cannot connect with KZ. And it leaves just Souffle in the hopes of a win. But unfortunately, the only thing served up in this kitchen, it isn't Souffle, my friend. It's something Brazilian. And what a way for them to reassert themselves at the end of a very long series.
Yeah, that momentum that they had in that first.
Untuk menambah kelembapan, mengurangi
game's ended as well, as you can see on your screen here for Furia and Daystar, but
who's smiling the most? I don't know.
Well,
I think Furia look like they're smiling the most.
Furia have won because they're walking across over to shake the hands of the other team, Tim. Yes, that one's done and dusted as well. A very good show put on by Daystar, as we've had put on in this series by NIP. And I will give it to FearX. They had some good moments, but like I said, that second half of Consulate, it feels like so many losses were preventable by themselves, but they just couldn't get the last 20% of each round done.
Exactly, you know, it's the old phrase, isn't it? I've said it a few times before. They're winning 90% of these rounds, and by that I don't mean
matchup we just had, Felipox joining us from Furia after being able to take down Daystar. Now, we had a chat about depth of map pool and choices and all of that, but to me, it looked like things got really tough until map 3. What went down there?
Yeah, they were playing really good. They are really skilled players, so it was tough to in the gunplay against them. And they defend really well. Like they punish all our drones, and we couldn't know what they were doing. And we started to get a little scared of them in our attacks. But in map 3, we kept the composure, and I could kill someone finally because I was playing so badly, so poorly. So when we were 5 guys playing, it was easier.
Is this why you don't underestimate any opponent?
Yeah, of course. I said to you that we're not underestimating them, but we did a little bit.
What are you on about? JV, come. You play Wildcard tomorrow, right?
Yeah.
Anything you want to say to Wildcard? Into the camera.
Pai, tem que falar pra eles aí, pro Lagones, que a vagabundagem vai ganhar da rotina e do trabalho do Lagones aí, pai.
Help us out.
He said that we are being lazy and we are going to win against the hard work of Lagones.
There you go. Thank you very much, gentlemen. I'll get you go. You rest up. We'll see you next time. That's it from Furia.
I find that really interesting, right? We were talking about going into that third map about the fact that Daystar weren't starting on defense for the very first time. And he's literally just gone and said that we were kind of scared of them when they were on their defense because they kept shooting all our drones. How did that play out for you, Jack?
Yeah, I think it was... the one thing you don't want is you don't want to let Furia bet their way into a game, right? I think we might still be playing it now had Daystar have started on defense. But I think the fact that Furia was started on defense, they were picking... 2 operators mainly in my mind was the Mozzie, and then we also saw the information side with the Pulse or the Valkyrie very, very often. And I think what that allowed them to do was control Daystar's drones, control Furia's aggression, and we saw so often KZ just opening up the kills, particularly with the C4s onto the windows. And then once you get Furia on a roll, that's where they want to be. They want to have that momentum. Once Pox is coming into the game, you get that momentum, and then that was the tricky bit, you know? It's not always about who starts on attack or defense, but certainly in this map, it felt material.
Yeah, it's a bigger factor that Furia was able to start on defense. They understood that a lot of it came from the information game, information denying, and they understood it's a way smaller map. Daystar was unable to attack together. You have to be able to play on the windows, hold different crossfires. Furia knew that, so that's where they took a lot of those early engagements, especially when Daystar transferred over to doing minimal takes, trying to take Bakery. It really wasn't working out for them because Furia was prepared for it.
There was the one content round where I think Demo lost his mind, where the Blitz started off jumping in, bottom red window, went up on the top floor, all the way back down, out, inside the restaurant, and back into site. And yeah, I think Daystar maybe got a little bit lost on their attacks, really didn't know what to do. And I think the problem is when they grouped up, they were given the opportunities to, I think I saw Nate get a massive 3K inside a Bakery. And that's kind of the problem, is, you know, and this I didn't quite get a chance to say it before we started the game, but it felt like Daystar in map 2 and map 1 were operating at 100%, and Furia were maybe 50, 60%. Once they level up, it can become quite different.
Yeah, for sure. I think as well, like Azuki and Seal in that match summary there, you saw him just kind of middle out. They unfortunately didn't get a single kill between them in the first half on Cafe. There were so many factors here that could have pushed this a little bit further, but ultimately that's how it unfolds. Let's have a look at the standings to see how things are shaking up now. And I think at the moment, obviously, Furia go to the top, which most would expect. The big comment here is that Wildcard now have a game in hand.
Yeah, and that's the big thing as well. Wildcard have a game in hand. They're currently about to face Elevate, who are already eliminated, not looking hot at all this tournament. The fact that Furia have had a 2-1 victory rather than a 2-0 victory means that everything is now in Wildcard's hands if they want to get first place in this group, if they want to get a bye. They obviously play Furia tomorrow in what will be basically a battle for first, but they can stick the pressure on now in their game against Elevate.
And you might think it's an easy game for Wildcard and they're expecting to win it, but I was actually talking to them yesterday and they said, we're playing with Elevate for nothing on the line. Elevate are already eliminated, and that's where teams power
scary,
up to make things that much harder to go up against because they have no pressure. So that's an aspect that Elevate is taking control of. Wildcard's taking control of going into the next match.
Now, obviously, we'll get a chance to talk about all of those kind of things in the break. Well, after the break, I should say. But speaking of the break, this is one you don't want to miss. Music usually plays a pretty big role at all of our events, especially the 6 Invitational. So let's go ahead and have a little sneak peek as to what to expect for 2026.
Available now.
Coming into today, most would have thought the first 2 games were going to be of a slower pace. I think that's the nicest way I could possibly say it. I know we were talking about it off air. We were thinking, okay, what are we really going to get out of these first 2 games? What we've just seen with Daystar has set a precedent that hopefully might follow here. I don't know.
I mean, we might. Even though this game is meaningless for Elevate, for Wildcard, they're playing to stay in contention to battle tomorrow against Furia for first in their group. So it's important for Wildcard.
Yeah, it certainly is a massive statement that could be made by the North American roster here. I think ultimately when we hone in on Elevate, it's just an interesting situation we find ourselves in.
Yeah, it's tricky. I mean, eliminated from the tournament so early. Obviously, not put up your best version of yourself. And I think for the Elevate guys, it's a Brazilian roster that's gone over to APAC to go and play. And then when they get to international events, they've generally struggled. I think what it becomes about now is pride. Pride within yourself, pride as a player, and putting out a good performance at least so you can take something tangible from this event.
What I find really unfortunate is that wonderful gentleman in front of you, ex-world champion, he's unfortunately fallen very ill on the back of this event now. Obviously, we look at the performance of the first 2 days or 3 days and we just say, look, this is really not good enough. But he comes in today even worse than what he has the previous couple. There was talks about what might happen if he couldn't even get to the stage. But ultimately, he is here and he is ready to play. But I look at this and I think to myself, Fox, do we have any positives for this team for this event?
No, not at all. Elevate has no positive stats. They're among the worst, if not the worst team to come to this event. And I'm going to be very harsh about it because this should be a reality check, a wake-up call. Because Elevate is comprised of Brazilian players who have gone to the APL region thinking just because we have this notoriety that we've won on previous teams before that we can own the APL region. They lose in APL. They come to this event itself and they're the first team that's grouped with the exact same type of ego that they showed throughout the APL. So hopefully the one tangibility is that they can go back and realize this is a reality check. We're not the good players that used to have the ability to lift trophies. We need to get back to ground zero to be able to improve. But despite all of that, there is one positive for Elevate I forgot to mention. They can make history. If they don't win more than 3 rounds, they could get the title of being the worst team to ever attend SI. The current worst team is Wildcard, but the previous roster that was in APL. But yes, Elevate has the potential to make history here still, despite their elimination in the tournament.
I don't know. I don't know.
It's a tricky scenario.
It is. It is.
Even if they get more than 3 rounds, then they don't break a record.
Correct. It's really unfortunate because when you look at it, obviously the wild card we're referring to is the old Oceanic wild card a very long time ago now, for those of you that can cast your minds back 5-6 years. But ultimately, this wild card we're looking at today is a completely different roster, a completely different outlook, and potentially some might say, Jack, are they NA's greatest hope in this? Because at the end of the day, the 6th Invitational, where we're at, post-Munich, M80 looked phenomenal. Now they're looking a little broken. Is this the team that could carry NA to a victory here?
It sure is. I mean, Wildcard, when it comes to events, power up. They look like a team that is very adaptable, and that's the main quality that you want to come to a main event, because you're not playing the same teams in your inner region. You're going to have to adapt on the fly, and Wildcard is a team that does it so exceptionally well above all of the other North American teams.
Yeah, and I think we're getting used to seeing wildcard at events now, actually, aren't we? They've come in, I thought, as an underdog, in terms of events. And I now think they're kind of the upper echelon of the teams in North America that are competing.
Really?
Apart from the favorites, the favorites being the Shopify Rebellions, your SSGs, your M80s.
Yeah.
But then you look at their rivals of Dark Zero, of Oxygen, of Wildcard. They're the ones that's currently winning it, despite this only being their 3rd S-tier event as a roster and as an organization, if we exclude the Oceanic roster.
Yes.
They top 4 at Reload, top 4 Munich Major, and so far they're looking like they're going to top their group at the 6th Invitational. So what we now need to do is start putting some respect on their name, Fox.
Yeah, we sure can, because it's a very big thing in North America specifically that when you play interregionally, teams are very counter-strategy. Because you scrim them all the time, you practice against them, other North American teams know what you are doing. But when it comes to an event, that's where push comes to shove and the best rise among the OK. And that's why Wildcard being so adaptive heavy is why they always have such a lead.
So what I wanted to see was where their growth profile was. And realistically, I think it's in their attack win rate. So you look at the stats up on the top of your screen. Wildcard currently lead the event for defensive win rate. Let's call it 90%. Let's round it up. Incredible defense.
Yep.
Attack, not so much. Down there at 37.5. So I just wanted to compare them to previous winners of events, because I'm guessing this team behind me have aspirations of winning events.
Yep.
M80 at Munich, 52%. Secret EWC in the 60s, and Fury at Reload, high 50s. So the growth profile for Wildcard has been a little bit more consistent in their attacks and their application of their attacks.
Sure.
And at that point, that's when we can start considering them a top team internationally.
Moving forward, I guess that this matchup in particular, Fox, maybe we can stick to the broader spectrum here. This should well and truly be a Wildcard favorite game, and it should look very positive for them. Do you have anything that you might worry about for Wildcard?
Not for Wildcard specifically, but they're playing against Elevate that has no pressure on their shoulders. And as a player, that is honestly the hardest game in the tournament because you don't know what to expect. Elevate could run completely brand new strats. We could have players trying things they've never tried before.
Yep.
And it puts Wildcard in a position where they can't make errors because Elevate, again, have no pressure on their back. And every team here will say, when a team plays like they do in scrims, that's scary to go up against.
Back in the day when I was on Chaos and we got relegated, the final game that we played was against Fabian when he played for Vitality. And our coach Hyperino subbed in. We played with complete and utter freedom and destroyed them. That's what Elevate could pose as a threat today.
Well, we need a battleground to set this game on, so let's have a look where we're headed. First up, again, I'm still probably going to keep reiterating this, especially on the desk. I don't expect a lot from Elevate, but we do start on Border, which is a pretty fraggy map.
Yeah, it's a very big fraggy map. In fact, Elevate, very recent history, big 7-0 on it yesterday. They absolutely love the map, and I'm not surprised to see them pick into it. Where I was surprised, actually, was to see the Night Haven Labs coming in. The Night Haven Labs pick from Elevate, because they don't have a particularly hot record on it. They don't seem to attack it well when I looked at the stats. And actually, Wildcard are pretty good on that map when you look at the stats. They've got a winning record and decent attack on it.
It's within their top 3 maps, labs for sure. But essentially, I spoke to Spiker as they were getting ready for the game, and he was saying that they're going to be using this as a testing ground. They know that they should beat Elevate. Plain as day. So picking Border first to essentially give Elevate one of their best maps as practice. Labs, that's Elevate giving them a favor to be able to take them to a map like that. It looks like Elevate's still trying to learn something from the event, which is good. And Fortress being the final map, giving Wildcard the opportunity to test it out in waters that aren't as severe as it might be later in the tournament. And potentially we'll see them bring that Fortress out, depending on if it gets played today.
Let's have a look at the stakes, I guess, and see what is up for grabs here. Again, unfortunately for Elevate, we don't have a lot of great storylines for them. As the boys are kind of saying here, you know, this is an opportunity for them to, I guess, just play a bit free, kind of get that last game of experience before you head back home. But for Wildcard, Jack, I think this is a pretty big match.
Yeah, and I think if you consider the opponents in that group that they will have had to play through as well, the fact that they can secure top 2 with a victory is an upset in itself, really. There's some big hitters inside of that group, and top 2, of course, is massive. There's maybe a fight that comes tomorrow for the first place, but if you are first or second place, you are either going to get a bye for first place, or you're going to be one of the top 2 teams that ends up picking opponents for, you know, for the upper bracket. Either way, you secure an extra life in the playoff, and that is absolutely massive.
It's so important, especially when you look at who's in their group. I mean, along the likes of Furia and Falcons, which Wildcard was able to beat Falcons yesterday. So that being said, them just claiming a top 2 spot means a lot, not only for the organization and players, but for everybody watching. That Wildcard is a namestay that we should put some more respect on. And as for Elevate, I don't know, they got cool jerseys, I guess.
They are great jerseys. I will say they are incredible jerseys.
That's phenomenal from you, Fox. You've actually found a positive in a very dark place for them. But speaking of dark places, let's welcome these guys.
What is that supposed to mean?
Really hurtful.
Want to explain that one?
Please explain. Dark place, what does that mean, Rob?
Okay, so Parker, when you walk outside, the sun goes away.
I don't have those powers.
One of them looks like Elevate, the other one looks like Wildcard.
You know what?
Which one?
Don't answer that. I know exactly what he's going to say.
I think it's best if we just let them decide. Do you have any thoughts on that one, Parker?
No, I mean, this is going to be a match.
Of all time.
You are, yeah, it is one of the matches of all time. Don't know where it's going to lead in general, but I know that it was you, Jesse, that actually brought up this whole point of the wild card. Like, what are your thoughts on this? Because I do feel as though Elevate are in a very awful position that I don't think we've found many teams with this storyline for some time.
Yeah, I mean, listen, worst in SI history is not something we talk about very often, but when it's a situation like this where the current holders of that record can gift it onto another team, I think it gives some stakes, some interesting narratives around a match that otherwise doesn't have a whole lot of implications for a squad like Elevate.
And Fox, I think you actually told one of the players from Wildcard exactly what the stakes were. Was that what you were doing over there?
Yeah, I was telling them. I was letting them know if they gatekeep them on Elevate not winning more than 3 rounds, they would be able to pass on that curse of being the worst team to touch the graces of SI.
I've got to ask you here, Parker, what are your thoughts around Wildcard as a roster? Because they are looking pretty formidable, at least in Group B.
Yeah, I mean, this is a team that it really just is better than the sum of its parts, I think.
Oh, yeah.
You look at all 5 of these individual players, there's some great players on the team that have some, have had some consistency on LAN. But when you just like look at the roster, you're not like, wow, those are like 5 guys that can just dominate in every single role. But as a team, they work so well together, and I think their coordination's been very strong. They obviously trust each other. I think Lagonis is a huge part of that. He doesn't really get the praise he deserves, and he gets the most out of all these players in all their positions. So, I mean, anybody who doubts them does so at their peril.
Well, you know what, gents? I'm going to let you keep waffling, and we're going to go and kick our feet back up in the green room and enjoy ourselves. So, hope this is one of the best matches that you have ever witnessed in all of SI.
I mean, I do think there is potential here for this to be a good game. I mean, Elevate are not really playing for anything. You saw it yourself. They are eliminated. I don't think production has ever been so just forthcoming about a team's stakes. It does not matter. Elevate are just here for fun. They're just here for fun. They've already been eliminated. They were the first team eliminated. They have not looked particularly good. I don't know what's next for this team. I don't know what's next for these players, but at the end of the day, Wildcard have something on the line, right? Their expectations are much higher. They need to be better. And we're going to start on Border. Do Wildcard get this done quickly, or does Elevate still have a little bit of that dog in them? Our first map is ready.
26%. That's how many rounds Wildcard were able to win back in 2020, and now they have the chance to pass on that torch. Elevate right now, I believe, sit at 28%. That'll fall just enough if they get really 7-0'd, 7-1'd, or 7-2'd, combined with a respective score on map 2. So those are the stakes we're working with. The measure we're going by, of course, is percentage round 1, just in case that wasn't clear. And I'm looking forward to a good game. You know, Parker, this Elevate team, they may not have anything to play for, but sometimes, genuinely, the scariest teams are the ones with nothing to lose.
No, undeniably so. When teams come in and they just play off of vibes and they play for feels, they can do really, really well. My only thing is that usually we say that when it involves teams that do have something to play for. Elevate has nothing to play for. They are going home in 48 hours.
Yeah.
Probably less. So this group, all 4 teams have been locked in at this point. Furia, Wildcard, Falcons, and Daystar in some various order. Furia has guaranteed themselves a top 2 spot, that's for sure. Furia actually plays Wildcard tomorrow. Elevate, this is their very final game. So win or lose, it does not matter. I imagine the flight's already booked. They are likely gone probably tomorrow morning back to Brazil. It was a short stay for the APAC team that might be going home to Brazil, might be going back to APAC. We're not really sure where these players live in the off season. They've got nice jerseys. They have not had a nice run at SI. I don't know, Jesse, if they've got that in mind, that they're thinking, we don't want to be the worst team ever to perform at the 6 Invitational.
5 seconds left.
But I mean, no team wants that.
No.
It's just a matter of whether or not it's in the back of their head.
Well, and obviously for Wildcard too, like this is a squad who are competing for first place here in Group B, the group of poppies, as we have a flower dedicated to each one of our 4 groups. And Wildcard, they're set to play Furia in tomorrow's matchup. So if they go into that game against Furia red hot after demolishing Elevate, that sends a bit of a statement, especially because the Big Cats struggled just a few hours ago to take down Daystar. They got there in the end, but it wasn't a walk in the park like you might have expected expected when you see Daystar going up against a team like Furia. So wildcard, they want to get ready for tomorrow. They know how important these points are to finish first and get that first round bye when they head into the playoffs. They choose Border. It's a bit of a strange map, I think. It can be a map that gets chaotic. It's kind of a map that if a team isn't coming in with a bunch of strategies, they can still thrive. It's very much a gunner's paradise here in the Middle East. So gonna be really exciting to see what wildcard have strat-wise up against this Elevate defense.
It's the first Border that you and I get to cast here at this match, so it's going to be quite exciting to see that. We were actually talking with casters before we got into this about the maps that we hadn't received. So boy, oh boy, what a nice treat to see Border appear. And if we do somehow go all 3 maps, which seems quite unlikely, we will get our first Fortress between you and I. We've seen Fortress here at SI twice now, if memory serves correctly. Our good friends Pengu and Dev Marta got to cast it yesterday.
Yeah, great game as well. They got to play all 4 bomb sites there, so that was really exciting. Seeing the meta develop and evolve for a brand new map here in the pool. Border is a pretty old map at this point, and the hold being shown by Elevate, I would say, is relatively standard. They haven't really committed to break room much. It's just Psycho basically alone still playing inside security. Wildcard with this shield-focused push are pressuring in towards East and almost found their first pick on the resets, but he has been able to stay alive and actually drop the hatch into bathroom.
Are they aware of Baby Shark's position as he now sneaks his way in? Nope. No, he does not. Resets was able to get away, but he just delayed what was coming either way. And immediately you will see a response from that death mark of Baby Shark. Bay, who took a bunch of damage just a couple moments ago, has now been downed. Might be retrievable. Be a little concerned here that Kansan is also on low HP, so 2 traditionally good fraggers on Wildcard. Limited in the HP they have. Psycho now staring down the Blackbeard as this assault from Wildcard is not slowing down.
Psycho could have killed Dash there. The fire that went through actually moved the shield out of the way, but was too focused on the canister to find that frag and pays for it with his life. Bay, after being picked up, will get the kill back onto Psycho. Make sure you know that he's dead. And Dash on the Blackbeard, taking out Ion as well. So 2 defenders remain.
Really rough start for this Elevate team. Steph is not looking anywhere near the Blackbeard. And well, would you look at that? A flawless start by Wildcard.
Can't be mad at that. Really nice clear.
I mean, if you're Wildcard, how could you be happy with? You're happy with that?
Yeah, absolutely. You're going to take a flawless start. Again, the East clear was really, really solid. The way they were able to track resets, I thought, was really impressive. They knew he was in open area. They force him down the hatch, and then they say, okay, we've got Baby Shark on the Deimos down there. Baby Shark, do your thing. Did a great job of catching onto that kill, and then security fights went pretty nicely. Pushing the site with a heavy man advantage. You just had to hope and pray if you're Raps or Stemp in the 2v5, because that is a tough spot to be playing from, but nice to see the North Americans in form 1 round in.
The North American team.
Yes.
Because 3 of the 6, when you include the coach and the active roster, are not from North America. Really diverse squad, but most North American teams here have at least 1 import.
That's true. That's true. And Baby Shark, of course, actually here from our home country of France. Not from the Paris region. Grew up in the south of France, in Avignon. About 3 hours by train. So I'm sure his family and folks and friends will be in attendance once we do get to that live portion of the event. Just given by Wildcard's history, it's pretty likely that they will make it to the live portion.
Yeah, I mean, that was a great stat that was shown by production and talked about by the desk. About how, when compared to their contemporaries, Dark Zero and Oxygen, Dark Zero making 19 S-tier events, OXG making 9, Wildcard has made 3, and yet Wildcard has outpaced all of them over the last calendar year. So
yeah, it was an interesting conversation I had with Jack Fresh last night, actually, where Fresh asked me, is it fair to call Wildcard the 4th best team in North America? And honestly, I think you could easily make an argument for 3rd best team in NA.
I think they are better than Shopify Rebellion, indisputably.
Yeah, and then you've just got M80 and Space Station, who you probably make the argument are better, but even SSG in recent results haven't done as well as Wildcard have, so you really can go all the way with your Wildcard praise.
Over the last year, Wildcard has been the 2nd best North America team internationally.
Yeah. Can't disagree with that.
But Wildcard obviously have had domestic struggles, and when you look at a team like Space Station, who finished 1st in the first season of NAL, finished 2nd in the 2nd season of NAL, and then won the NAL finals, you have to ask the question, where do we wait when we say best domestic versus international? The solace of Ion, as we waffle, I believe was the word that made it used. Ion being hunted down, Psycho finished off, Dash taking a lot of damage. That's the very first kill On the side of Elevate, and it comes from Raps. He's not long for this Earth. Bay takes him down and then loses the duel to reset. They seem a bit confused there. Can't tell if he got siege timing or not, Jesse.
Lots to focus on, I think, for Bay in the midst of that. He did get 2 frags, though, so I think he's more than done his job here in the second round of play. These last couple Elevate players are relatively spread out. You've got Ion inside of security, Stemp up on the north side of the top floor, and then Ion kind of near with him over towards Fountain. If Wildcard can isolate one of those players, most likely somebody like Resets, then they definitely could try to work a pick, get that man advantage in. 60 seconds to go in the bomb site, of course, Ventilation Workshop, so they're in the site.
And they can hear those logic bombs ringing out as Kansan holds the diffuser. Right underneath the hatch is Spiker, and oh, he's just at an awkward angle and has to chase his way off of that position. Now it's Resets to the rescue. Down goes Kansan after the diffuser has been planted. Spiker and Baby Shark, the last 2 alive. Outside of the building, this is a damning place. But can they see the defuse kit? That's the real question here. Is there long arm potential? Ion sitting on top of it. A nice shot as Spiker is last alive. Now it's Ion's turn to go on top. Stemp to cover. Stemp still covering. Ion clutching out. Spiker doesn't realize that pros don't fake. Elevate wins the round. Likely a miscommunication on the side of Wildcard, and the Red Rebellion have equalized.
And not the strongest post plant, unfortunately. A lot of times you'll see players try to play that from outside of the door. He goes Vents window instead, and he did have the angle to stop the player that was initially sticking on the defuse, but in the end, a little bit too tight on the corner, not playing as aggressive as maybe he had to, and that will cost them a round as Elevate do strike back. That is the first of 3 that they need now to avoid the title of SI's worst team.
Yeah, that was something else that was raised by the desk, is that 3 rounds are needed. Jesse, remind me again, statistically, it's the worst team to ever play at the Six Invitational.
That was Wildcard back in 2020, Parker, 26% win rate.
But it was not these guys.
No, a different Wildcard team, of course. These guys, I mean, I don't think Baby Shark was born in 2020. He was probably still just a twinkle in his mother's eye. But, you know, this is still an organization that's got quite a lot of legacy inside of Rainbow Six Siege. Not quite as much legacy as Elevates, who I believe are the single longest standing org in Rainbow Six history. They've had teams in APAC, they've had teams in South America, they've had teams in North America. They've been all around the world with the different rosters that they have fielded. Of course, here at the Six Invitational, you'd argue this is one of the best teams that they have ever had signs under their label, but the results not quite there to face up against international competition, unfortunately.
I think people also forget that Elevate as an org are world champions.
That's true. Back on Xbox, way back in the day.
Forget that team. It was what? It was Fighter, England, Laxing, Skies, and Bosco.
Yep. Yep. Crazy roster back in Siege's past 10 years ago now. Here comes the rush.
Dash is on in, living up to his name. Down goes Raps. First casualty for Elevate. They have successfully cleared out Customs. They take Ion down too, so bodies cold on the side of Elevate. Now it's Resets and Stemp with over 2 minutes to go. Just 2 still there for this Red Rebellion team. Stemp decided to reload and stop moving. You can't do both those at the same time.
Yeah, going to be putting Resets in a pretty tough position here, Parker. 1v5. He's on the move. Knows he can't just sit still where this position is known. Catches Baby Shark off guard, and that's going to make things one step closer to success. One more to find.
Every single player on Elevate entered this matchup in negative kill differential. The best player on the team has been Resets. He, to his credit, was only -2, and that is just not a...
Yep.
They let him live a little bit longer than I thought. Reset's obviously a terrific player, hot off of that Team Liquid squad not too long ago. And I mean, ultimately, even though he's going home, he made it here, Liquid didn't. So Reset's seemingly making a good career move.
Lots of players at this tournament can say that, to be honest. The coach of Elevate, Hugzord, the coach of Wildcard, Lagonis, Ask on Black Dragons.
I mean, Nesk is here.
That's true. That's true.
Palu is here. He's a new father.
Yes, I heard that. Congratulations to Palu. I think in that previous round, if I can glaze for a little bit, it was a nice double entry from the captain of Wildcard, Spiker. He's actually been statistically the best captain of any player at SI so far. The highest rated. He's top 20 overall at this event, and when you isolate just to IGLs, he is the best performing person, which a lot of people would not have expected, just given that he is a bit more of a traditional IGL where he plays a lot of shield roles. He's often not the guy getting the frags, but I've been really impressed with Spiker's play here in Paris.
Yeah, I mean, he's the second best kill differential on his team, just trailing Kansan. And I mean, Kansan. How many times have we seen a great Kansan clutch wearing jeans, mind you? That guy is a terror. Kansan is mechanically gifted. He's among the best of the best. Every single NAL season, he is among the top-rated players.
Yep.
He had a bit of a step back in the most recent season of the NA League, but that's okay because Bay did better, Spiker did better, Baby Shark did better.
Yeah.
Not better than Kansan, but better than usual.
Yeah.
There will be an ebb and flow, and there are a lot of good teams in North America. Obviously, Dark Zero is not here, but they are a team that, while they might not be where they were 2 years ago, they are certainly still a formidable foe. And then, of course, you've got the usual suspects, your M80s, your SSGs, your Shopify Rebellion, Zero XGs, all of whom are also present.
Yeah.
So stiff competition in North America, and the fact that Spiker is able to frag so effectively and has the distinction of being the only person in the server to not yet die is a good thing.
We are back,
The days
we are
of the
back.
fragging IGL have sadly fallen by the wayside, but Spiker is still trying to keep the dream alive.
Yeah, I remember Volts would often kind of take that role, but as of this event, has given up the IGL title to Dots on that W7M squad. Former team of Dash, who's been playing very well in this server as well. 4-1 on primarily just the shield rolls. They've got a bit of a puzzle to work through in round number 4, Parker. The Denari setups from Ion are going to make entering into top East a little bit awkward. He ran this last round, but they didn't have it the previous time they defended Armory Lockers and Archives. It's going to make clearing in through this top floor a little bit more tricky, but Dash is up to the task. Oh, no, he's not.
You can be up to the task and still not complete the task, I suppose.
There you go.
Yeah, there's 6 Brazilian players in this server, and yet neither team is Brazilian. That is really quite something to say. Wildcard suffering through here, and if that high water mark for Elevate is to win 3 rounds to escape the distinction of being the worst team to ever play at SI, well, they're in really good shape. All 5 players on Elevate still alive. Bay and Baby Shark are the last 2 for Wildcard. Make that Bay. Baby Shark, dead. Bay, alive. Hunting for kills, 4 to be found.
If he had the fuse kit, I'd say winnable, but with it being across the map, Parker, I don't know how Bay ever walks away with a victory here.
I think it's just too quiet for him to be able to get that diffuser down. And now he's going to get pushed from probably a quick rotate over from a security. As he jiggle peeks away with Stemp doing basically the same thing. Stemp maybe a little bit slower on his reflexes, but ultimately lands the shot, and it's 2-2 on Border.
Beautiful little hat trick coming out from Psycho in that round as well, 3K. Keep in mind, this guy's got 7 invitationals in his back pocket, a hammer to his name. Regardless of Elevate's performance at this invitational, Psycho will go down as one of the greatest Rainbow Six players of all time because of what he accomplished back on NIP. Been very impressed with his performance over the last couple of years and shows that old man still got it, putting up big frags against Wildcard to keep this game close now, 2 apiece.
I couldn't see Psycho's neck tattoo. And I thought it said merci, like French, but it says mercy.
Okay. You think he just got it specifically to come to Paris and be polite?
I didn't know he played Overwatch. I'm glad that you referenced that, though, because people forget, as Psycho is now in what I think many of us would assume to be the twilight of his career.
Yeah, that's fair to say.
Is that he was part of one of the deadliest cores that Rainbow Six Siege has ever seen, frankly. That Julio Kamikaze Psycho core for a long period of time, back-to-back finals appearances. Great internationally, great domestically. The 3 of them, whether they were playing with, you know, guys like PZD or WAG back on that original Black Dragons roster, whether you go through the you know, Pinot Musi period of time, he's a tremendous player. And I mean, he's not getting any younger, and just as we saw with Nesk, who we talked about earlier, who's now retired, you get to a point where Father Time is undefeated and will eventually come for you. So, Psycho here now, and I guess as that veteran presence on a team like Elevate can really help out some of the less experienced players. And it's nice to see that right now he's 3 for 3 and still fragging well against a hot upstart in wildcard.
Well, he's going for the IGL Oryx roam this time around inside of security. We often are seeing Oryx players kind of play in that position just because you can use that dash to navigate between the bookshelves and keep yourself a little bit more safe, as you do have to cross some pretty dangerous sight lines. Psycho playing in this spot here. Hasn't faced too much pressure just yet, but this is kind of has to be one of the first objectives for wildcard. If they let him exist up here, then the vertical denial is likely to be very strong. Bomb site just under lockers, of course, north of his spot, so he can come in, support those players that are playing up there, like Stemp, who just got droned out, and like Reset, who just got slammed by the IGL of Spiker, who continues to have a very good game on border.
4-1, obviously with that last round going in favor of Elevate, and every single player on wildcard dying. You say goodbye to Spiker, and you'll say goodbye to him again. Oh my goodness, both teams coming to blows. Half the server gone, half of the round expired at this point. An advantage for Elevate is now Bay falters. Baby Shark is last alive downstairs. He has a read on that Oryx. You talked about Psycho moving around. They don't really need to do too much here. Plenty of time, but Baby Shark has his work cut out for him.
He's made some crazy clutches so far in his career. Still a young player, but knows what it takes to win. Not against Psycho, catching him off an angle, so he's not going to be able to find that player just to his right, and it gives Elevate the lead here on map number 1. Again, Wildcard's a map pick as well, I will say, so little concerning. We haven't maybe treated Elevate winning as a very likely outcome so far.
We haven't even treated it as a possibility.
No, on this cast we haven't really brought it up just because of how both of these teams have done so far in Paris and what the situation is like. But again, a team with nothing to lose can sometimes be the scariest thing to go up against. And Elevator shooting today, Parker. Stemps hit some really nice shots. We saw that final one from Psycho as well. I thought the coordination from Wildcard was good, trying to trade out to that top floor, but maybe not good enough. They had information, they were hitting nice shots, they got the opening pick, but at the end of the day, there's no trade onto Stemp. He ends up flicking around to a couple different angles. Maybe Wildcard are a bit disconnected. You chose to bring this team to border. That means you were confident in being able to outgun these guys. We haven't seen that in every round so far.
10 seconds left.
We talked a lot, obviously, about how Elevate have had struggles. They entered the matchup with the worst round differential in SI, but honestly not by that much.
Yeah.
Enterprise have the same amount of rounds won across all of their matches, and that's 17 rounds.
Yeah.
Do bear in mind, you need 7 rounds to win a single map. You win 2 maps, you got 14 rounds. Elevate is sitting at 17 rounds. They have yet to win a map, so they are getting blown out in a lot of these maps. They're averaging about 3 to 4 rounds at absolute most per map.
Yeah.
We haven't really talked about how bad Enterprise has been, but the other thing too is that this is Elevate's last game. Enterprise are off today, so Elevate will finish this today as not the worst team. But I mean, 3 rounds for Elevate here on border, that's really good for the history of Elevate at SR.
Yeah, not bad at all, especially because they entered this as the single worst defending team at the 6 Invitational in particular. They are slightly above that mark on offense. Defense has been where Elevate have had most of their struggles, so clearly they've solved some of those issues. Spiker tossing a bunch of utility into the site just now. Potentially going for an early plant, but the Fuse Kit of Dash is still a little far away. He's inside of waiting room right now, trying to make his way to bomb site.
There goes Raps as Kansan strikes first. Wildcard now will need to tie here, or else they will lose out on even more momentum on their own map pick. Dash has found his way into the bomb site, puts the shield on his back. Worried about getting pushed by resets, but Spiker has Dash's cover. Stemp and Psycho both positive in their numbers. Psycho will no longer be. Stemp with 5 kills charging on in now, not far removed from the blitz, but he's spotted and is completely blind. A flawless end of this first half for Wildcard as they tie things up.
I think the best attack we've seen from Wildcard so far today. That was a really beautiful bathroom execute, quite direct, didn't have to go through the top floor, didn't worry about clearing everything. They used the Sens utility to cut off any positions from bathroom. Then we saw the Blitz getting in through waiting. They did have to deal with 1 player down there and 1 player up on the catwalk as well, but it was a really good position from, I believe, Bay, who was able to enter in through break room, shut down that position, and allow the Blitz that freedom to enter in the site, get the smoke, get the plant. very nicely executed from Wildcard, and I think a showcase
Rawang
of
ke
part of the
Sarawak
reason
tadi,
why
dekat
they
Sarawak.
wanted to choose this map. They've got some really cool
sebelah
strats
dekat
set up for
Sarawak.
it that other teams maybe aren't going to be as ready for.
Absolutely. A glass ban.
Dekat Rawang dapat apa?
But the best glass in the game is not in here, Jesse.
Okay, you can ban Glaz against guys other than Kino.
Not allowed.
All right, well, banning out Glaz, that'll of course be targeting the players on Elevate who might want to use that. I'm actually going to check who specifically on Elevate plays the most amount of Glaz. It looks like Psycho, based on the numbers that I'm staring at. He's played it quite a few times already at the Six Invitational. It's his 4th most played operator through this event so far. And who knows, maybe when Psycho gets crazy on that year 1 operator on Border in particular, he can show something that Wildcard just don't want to go up against.
Okay, faham. Sekarang belajar banyak peluang. Cuma nak tak nak je.
But a good set of games so far today. I don't know if you watched the Daystar and Fury matchup that occurred before this bout. Daystar giving a pretty big scare to
apa teknologi so bagi degree teknologi ada bawah
that second half particularly close, and then Fury obviously did not want to go much deeper than that, and it was a 7-1 on the third half for Fury to pick up some really important
tak nak
points.
belajar cuma itulah nak bawa tu
Fury is Fury thinks they sit atop. They sit atop this group. The team that is off today is Falcons, but again, all 4 teams have been locked in with Elevate, unfortunately being the first, and at this current point in time, only team still to be eliminated. That is pretty crazy.
I expect we'll get some more teams today, if not certainly tomorrow, because that is the last day of groups. We're very quickly coming to the end of Phase 1 at the Sixth Invitational. It feels like it has flown by, but with all the games that have been happening across all the streams, there's been so much Siege to watch. We've just been so locked in that sometimes that's just the way it feels. Wildcard on defense, hoping to turn things around. As the desk mentioned, they are the single best defending team here at SI, so you'd expect their fortunes to turn on the second half.
I always say that I wish Spiker played more strikers, that we can make jokes about his game. He decides to play Sentry quite a lot.
Okay. Close enough.
Yeah, it's fine.
But there's a really cool Sentry play by Surf yesterday in the Shopify Rebellion match, where he used one of those beepers to bait out a Thatcher MP before tossing a Nitro Cell. In my opinion, the most the craziest tech play that we have seen so far at SI. Spiker's brought the barbed wire, so can't run that same strat. There's no Thatcher anyways from Elevates, but still shows the creativity people are still finding with this operator.
And amidst the melee, I completely missed that.
As did I live, to be honest with you, Parker, but smarter people than me are out watching these games.
Oh, Spiker gets maybe a little bit too ambitious. Psycho punishes him for that, and will now go to work on opening up the back of this A bomb site wall. Office is clear, but Fountain is not. That's what you need to be more concerned with. Because they've opened this up, it's now made that mirror window that's situated inside of the bomb site far less valuable. They'll get a good read on it. Logic bombs will go off too, and Elevate are off to the races. A minute to go. And they've got pretty decent map control, and they are not letting the clock slip through their fingers.
Yeah, 3 players in kind of open office area. Raps jumps into the bomb site. Now go for a bit of plant. 1 down below, of course. Psycho ends up falling to dash. This, and this step player down below is really in a fight while the plant's going down up above him.
What the hell?
Finds the second player.
What is Stemp doing over here? Dash and Bay still upright. They've allowed the diffuser to get planted in that default spot. The Blackbeard of Raps still up. Stemp leading the way with 7 kills. He and Bay will now be on a collision course with one another. And Bay has to deal with the shield. But you can't afford to get baited out. Logic bomb, death mark, and killed by the Blackbeard. Flattened by the Navy SEAL operator. A great round from Elevate, and they are showing far more promise here in this matchup than many times before.
And that was really good Deimos play coming out from Stemp on the bottom floor, Parker, and it warms my heart to see Stemp finding success with the Deimos, because it's been his most played operator at the Sixth Invitational. He's played a lot of Deimos. He hasn't won a single round on the operator before just now, but steps up. Really nice plays coming out from the 22-year-old down below that bomb site, distracting so many players. Even though it takes him a lot of time to kill Kansan, he's just wasting time. Kansan not able to C4 the plant or help out his players on site because he's trying to deal with Stemp. Ends up being a 3K to close out that round from him. So really good stuff coming out from Stemp. I believe 8 total kills now, 8 and 3 stat line heading into round 8.
I am curious as to the decision that Spiker made to jump out of that window. I mean, You sit in second place right now in this group. You're 3 points back of Furia, and you play Furia tomorrow. So if Wildcard were to win this matchup in a quick 2-0 and then beat Furia tomorrow, you would sit atop the group. I understand that Elevate, as we have said, and I'm sure Wildcard believes as well, is not exactly the most formidable opponent. But you cannot get cute with any team at this event. These are, in theory, the 20 best teams. There is not a lot of daylight between your squad and the team at the bottom. And the teams at the bottom can still beat you if they're having a good day. So I don't know if there's cause for concern yet on the side of Wildcard. I don't know if maybe they're just trying new things. Maybe they feel that they don't need to give it their all. I think it'll really give us a better answer when Lugonis calls the timeout for Wildcard. We get to hear him speak to the team. But in the interim, Elevator playing okay, but Wildcard are definitely taking a bit more liberties than they probably should be. So again, it's a little bit of column A, which is that Elevate is overperforming, and a little bit of column B, which is that Wildcard is underperforming.
I mean, there's no denying the shots that Elevate have hit so far today. They've been showing up full form, despite the fact that they don't have anything to play for. On the attacking side, sometimes that can make things a little bit easier. You generally get better guns as the attackers, and so when you're frying people already on the defense, well, it can be even scarier when you swap over to the attacking side. Focus looks like it's going to be on security. Raps is eyeing up the window now. Bay's playing inside there on that Oryx position that we talked about when Psycho was running this operator. Tracked by the Deimos now. They start to work on the mirror window. Bay could be in trouble, but Dash hoping to bail him out.
Lost that Black Mirror, doing a lot of damage to Psycho and immediately following up. Psycho was hoping for coverage from Raps. He doesn't get it, but there's two people on that armory wall. I mean, good job for Dash to get that pick, but obviously doesn't want to lose his life in the process.
Yeah, you trade 1 for 1, but again, Stamp's been so deadly playing behind Raps on that Blackbeard. That teamwork is always going to beat out Dash, who was sort of solo. Bay was in the position to help him security, but ended up backing off to Fountain quite early. Now he's down in the bottom floor. Leaves nobody up on the top floor to try to contest. Wildcard making that decision to just play the site, play horizontally around the map, hold inside of customs, maybe wager your way over towards bathroom as well, which is where Bay is currently posted himself up. Elevate can take a bit of a breather now. They've got the top floor. They don't really have a lot of util to work with. No sledge, no buck, no soft recharge or anything like that. So they're just going to have to find their way down some of these staircases. Ion on the front door. Metal stairs an option for them as well. See how they go about this, Parker.
This Blackbeard will likely be a focal point for both teams moving forward. I mean, he's quite strong. No other shield ops are banned. Oh my goodness, no way, no way. Good joint effort. Nitro Cell goes out. Baby Shark has to dance around the nade. Why does that nade stuck to him? As he moved, so too did the nade. Ion's been down, and it's all up to resets.
1v4, trying to clutch things up, but very little time. No defuse kit in hand, vaults over the stairs, and should get it.
Mampus, shotgun na kembali.
Never
GG,
mind. The
man.
flick straight up.
Mega
with the
hookah mak main
shotgun.
game ni.
Oh boy.
I hope we get to see that on replay because we got the player cams, but that was that was really something.
Nice final kill to come out from the veteran on Wildcard. Here's the tag.
One thing, guys, let's brainstorm a little bit. The band Kaid, right? What is the intention? Open passport wall, right? So let's adapt the band. If we come back vents east, we can run away. The vents is gonna be nice. But shark with the band, okay?
Do you want to go army right now or go customs?
No, customs no. Don't go customs. Go to close the map if we need. But if you got a both sides are better. Let me keep talking. Just one thing. Armory, the east is gonna be fine. But one thing, let's play Wamai, guys. So we deny a little bit. You shark can play Wamai. You're gonna play break normal, but you're gonna play Wamai. To deny the east open 90. On the east the default. Okay, for top floor. What do you think? For bathroom is fine. Like keep playing. Like you're gonna play the solids, but let's do adaptation. Bathroom traps. Jake, you're gonna play the band to put on passport walls, double bands, and we switch reinforcements. You're gonna reinforce 2 box, and he gets 2 on passport. So we deny a little bit to make a little bit their life a little bit difficult, okay? Keep
Lots of information coming through from Lugonis, head coach of Wildcard, talking about what site they want to play. Says, do not play customs. They played it yesterday, actually, in Wildcard's victory over Falcons. Got away with the win in that round, but deciding they want to play the top bomb site instead, focus up with that Kaid ban, understand exactly how Elevate are trying to take some of these attacks. It's wise words from Lugonis, who is in an interesting coach battle right now, actually, Parker, up against Hugzord on the other side.
Yeah.
Lagonis, of course, spent the vast majority of his career as a player under the coaching guidance of Hugzord. So you've kind of got the disciple, the master going head-to-head in the coaching battle. Hugzord and Lagonis both dropped from Team Liquid on the same day, March 17th, 2025, and have found different paths going forward from that. I think the evolution of Lagonis specifically into the coaching role has been huge for Wildcard's growth as a team.
Hugzord was a player as well, way back in the day. He was on the old Nox Gaming roster, if you recall.
God.
2017, and then was on Team 1 before going to Black Dragons, MIBR, then back to Black Dragons. He's been all over the place and has been a part of a lot of, I don't want to say top-level Brazilian teams, because the only top-level team he really was a part of was Team Liquid, where he was coached for exactly 3 years. He was picked up March 17th, 2022, dropped March 17th, 2025. I have to imagine that was just his contract ran out.
Probably.
It was probably a nice little neat 3-year contract. They opted not to renew it. But yeah, he's been around quite a bit and always been in about the middle tier of Brazil. And that middle tier has actually produced a ton of players who are currently in the top tier. So Hugzord will have some good experience with them. And yeah, I mean, Elevate is an interesting roster being assembled from parts of very different teams. Ion was very briefly on FaZe, if memory serves correctly. Cycle into Pajamas, Resets on Liquid. They have been all over. Resets, speaking of, will take out Baby Shark. And oh my, gets dashed as well through the wall. So much for the Wamai, right? They picked the Wamai. You gotta play Wamai, you gotta play Wamai. And the Wamai is dead within the first move.
Yeah, really nice play coming out from Resets, especially after you got that Mira window to start this round. Really fast Twitch drone work coming out from Resets, and then a two-piece to begin round number 9, hoping to extend Elevate time here at the 6th Invitational, give them one more round, take the lead back once again from Wildcard. Bay takes early damage and Stemp is just in.
Elevate's about to take the lead. Wildcard called their timeout, but it sure seems like Hugzord did a good job equipping his team with what was needed to persevere. But hold on a second, Kansan's been in this position before. Clutch up is very possible. He needs to be concerned. Other side of Armory, and yep, he was looking towards metal detectors. Raps was waiting for him as the rest of Elevate assumed the position. Excellent opening kill from Elevate, and they translate it so well into a victory. Hopefully no tech issues on the side of Elevate here, but it sure looks like Raps is saying, I'm having some problems with my headset. That might facilitate a tech pause, and as you can see, the timer has stopped. That is absolutely correct.
Some time to figure it out, but honestly, Parker, really nice push coming out from Elevate in the midst of that round. Kansan, not enough information to complete that clutch, unfortunately. Really been impressed with Stemp all game long, and I gotta ask the question, it's almost a feels bad moment. If Stemp had been playing like this over the last 3 days at the early stages of the groups here in Paris, what would things look like for Elevate? Because, you know, he's not played a bad game of Siege here at the 6th Invitational, but he is negative, of course, actually negative by quite a lot, if we're being honest. A 0.59 KDR through the first 3 matches at the 6th Invitational. Today, he is lighting up the scoreboard. It feels like maybe without that pressure that's been applied to him over the last couple of days, he's been able to unleash himself as an entry. And again, for such a young player attending his first 6th Invitational, it's been really nice to see coming out from him. Started his pro journey back in 2023 on Black Dragons before being joined up with Vivo Keedstars all of last season, and then of course being on Elevate since the beginning of this season. I expect Stemp will be a guy that we talk about quite a bit in the years to come.
Yep, I completely agree with you here, and just waiting for an update now as to what tech issues are befalling this Elevate squad. A reminder that unlike when teams are playing remotely and maybe there isn't as great of oversight over whether teams talk, the tech issues that are present on LAN are usually governed quite strictly by the admins, meaning the teams don't get to talk during that tech pause.
Yeah.
For those that have not watched Rainbow Six before or have just simply forgotten, a simple refresher is that when you call a timeout, your coach can talk to you and all of the players are allowed to talk back and forth. When there is a tech pause, the players are not supposed to communicate. Now, that doesn't mean they won't try, but there is an admin present behind every single bench of these teams that should be able to shut down any chatter when a tech pause happens. And the reason for that, just in case anybody is curious, is because there have been times in our esport and in other esports where there are suspiciously timed tech issues, and then teams will talk through them. The idea behind a tech pause is not to be able to recenter yourself and gain any ground on your opponents. The idea behind a tech pause is to find and fix any errant tech issues. So the admins are there to ensure that everything is clean and cut. We are through the tech pause. The headset for STEM seems to be fixed, and into the fray we go.
We're also through the operator bans, Parker. We've got Ace and Mira removed from the field. Mira's been a popular operator for Spiker, although he doesn't tend to play it too much here on the bathroom bomb site, so I don't know if we would have seen it anyways. Wildcard banning out the Ace, far and away Psycho's most played operator on Border across all sites. He's played it twice so far through the third quarter and won't have any more chances to play that hard bridging operator. Very much a comfort pick, I think, for the veteran on Elevate. And we are starting to worry, I think, a little bit if we're Wildcard. You lose the round immediately after your attack timeout. A set of bans go through, and a slight tech pause, which maybe stalls the momentum a little bit. But Elevate are just 2 rounds away from taking their opponent's map pick in a match where they were the heavy underdogs. And don't forget, Wildcard really need this win. If they're going to show up in their game tomorrow against Furia and compete for first place in the group, this is a must-win game.
No, absolutely. Because if you lose this, I mean, I guess there is still a chance for you to beat Furia tomorrow, and you'll have the head-to-head as well, right?
Yeah, so of course.
That will be great, but I mean, why would you want to drop what is supposed to be the easiest match of what might be your career?
Sure.
So for Wildcard, they need to do better, and Elevate already struck first. Psycho gunning down Kansan, that's the smoke off the board. Kansan's numbers at this point in time, underwater Stem, the name you said we'd be saying a lot? Well, guess what? We have 11 kills for Stem. As now he has an opportunity for a second as bullets whiz by him at the top of the stairs. Raps has died. Step does find a second on a dash. And it's Bay and Baby Shark as the last 2 outnumbered. Oh my goodness. We talk about Kansan a lot, but Bay deserves his flowers. Maybe give him a poppy or 2. He's gunned down. Baby Shark will need to clutch out against a 1v3 match point for Elevate. Looking extremely likely with so much time left.
Yeah, I mean, with more than a minute on the clock, Baby Shark's got the shotgun too as the primary for Solus, which is good for the rotates, not as good if you need to hit some fast multi-kills. The SMG-11 will have to be clean from the young Frenchman playing below all of the Elevate guys. The first drop comes through. We see the battle from Reset. Shut down, and it's 2 left.
He's got the read on Stem. That death mark cuts both ways. Stem is immobilized while he's planting. Psycho's in a very strong spot. They're both going to go for blood here as Psycho slightly repositions, but he doesn't need to. Baby Shark has a good idea of the cross being held. He has to be concerned with this. Psycho is still a good shot, even in his elderly age. Down goes Step. Baby Shark. Psycho gets the final pick. And it's map point for Elevate.
Really nice try by Shark, but in the end, it's just too clean from Elevate. The 2 Piranha-based players, Psycho and Stem, step up from their home state, then are able to clutch up in the 2v1.
Did you say Piranha?
Piranha is a state of Brazil.
Are you sure it's pronounced that way?
Relatively.
Hey, Grok.
That is not what I expected you to say.
I will say, A, I hate Grok, but B, I do it for the meme. I think that might be the first time in my entire life I've ever uttered that phrase.
It's well played.
It doesn't sound like a Portuguese word.
No, well.
How do you pronounce this word?
We'll get Maria's take on it after the map. How about that? Get it sorted through. But
I think one of my favorite things about Maria is that every now and then you'll say, like, how do I pronounce this word? And you'll say it with an English accent, and she just goes, what did you say? And then she laughs. And then she just laughs in your face.
At you.
And then she laughs in your face. And it's just like, I'm sorry that I don't know how to say it. I feel like I'm in trouble.
God, wow.
10 seconds left before
Match point for Elevate on Wildcard's pick of all places. And Parker, I know that Wildcard beat Falcons yesterday 7-0 on Border. Nobody's going to argue that Wildcard are not a great Border team, but I just gotta say, up against a team with nothing to lose, this is a bit of a questionable pick. Baby Shark's got to make some questionable plays if he wants any chance of getting the momentum back for his team. Runs out the front door, doesn't find any bodies though, escapes with his life for now.
I'm doing some quick checking here just to see.
Check things quickly just to see.
I'm checking some things just quickly just to see. This is the first match point for Elevate. They did go into overtime. against Falcons.
On this map, on border.
On this map, on border. But they did not hold match point, Falcons did.
Okay, okay.
So it was 6-4, and then Elevate won the next 2 rounds to go 6-6, and then Falcons won the 2 rounds in OT. So, as far as I can see, Jesse, Elevate have not ever been in a map point situation at this event. Obviously, they started off with quite a disappointing result against Daystar, 7-2-7-1 for Daystar, and then against Falcons, their other map was a 7-1 for Falcons. This Elevate pushing, obviously, OT against Falcons in map number 1, but we're not sitting on map point, so wow, something that we honestly might not have thought would happen has happened.
Yeah, and I mean, they are struggling so far to convert their final points to win the map. It was a nice opening pick from Kansan towards East Stairs, firing north and finding the body of Resets, as well as a ton of damage onto Stemp being done by Kansan. So really nice little roam happening over towards the east. They still are droning him. They're still trying to find a way to work him out of this position. I thought it was a great Capitao bolt from Psycho that we saw earlier on in this push too, to try to clear some space out from Rafters, isolate Kansan a little bit. But what is it good for? Kansan is all the way back to the bomb site. He's delayed almost 2 full minutes and gotten 1.5 kills.
I mean, whether it actually worked in practice or was just a good idea in theory, the Wamai has been a great counter to Elevate here. It's been a very good foil, so a great read from Lagones, even if the team hasn't been able to action upon it. And again, I don't think it's the utility that's been a problem. I have seen Wildcard make a couple of very confusing moves over the last several rounds, maybe just a lack of respect for Elevate. And I mean, given how Elevate has played, I can understand why a team, especially a team like Wildcard that is still quite inexperienced, would come into a matchup and maybe think, hey guys, we can save some strats. We don't really need to go that hard. Let's just play a frag-heavy style gameplay. Baby Shark has understood the mission. Down goes Stemp. Kansan dies at the hands of Ion. Both of these teams will not gain any real ground here, but as long as they keep trading out, Wildcard will benefit. Bay making these numbers even worse for Elevate. Baby Shark has been dropped, so it is winnable for this Brazilian but APAC-based team. And now it's a 2v2, Jesse. Things are starting to get a bit scary for Wildcard. All their hopes rest on Bay and Spiker.
A little bit scary. Spiker's in the bottom floor. He could deny the plan vertically. He might not need to. Yes, he will. Bay goes taken down by Ion, hunting for the ace, and Spiker can't deny the plant when it's planted here.
Ion and Spiker will now be in a 1v1 as the defuse kit getting planted. Ion backing up, Spiker charging in. Diffuser gets planted successfully. Spiker firing away. The flames will keep both players trapped in the corner. Impacts in pocket, but Spiker will have to take the engagement head on. Worrying concern for Elevate as they double up. Spiker poised for a collateral. Out go the impacts. Ion almost dropped. Searching for all 5 kills. They are tempting him. He won't get it. Raps does, and that's the ball game. Elevate win their first map at SI. They take border. Wildcard's map. 7-4.
Worst team in SI history? Not even close, Parker. They may not be moving on to playoffs, but they've still got so much fight left in them. Stemp, a ridiculous game. Ion, was it the ace at the end there, or do only get 4?
We only got 4.
Very close to an ace to end us.
Aku tengok ramai dah post dekat TikTok, semua cakap jimat sampai RM400 bila renew insurance kat Bijak. Kau tak teringin ke? Aku pun dengar.
Tengok ni, MNT pula, MNT. MNT pun not bad ke.
Plant going down. Is this spotted by Scout? He gets shot out. A pretty common position, but the gas babe lands from Oscar. 20 seconds remaining. Gavin down to half health, so is Hot and Cold. And there's still 1 gas babe left with 15 seconds. So the time is going to be very low for M80.
Gunner looking to poise for the drop. 10 seconds.
Gonna go for the drop now. Gunner will play front contact immediately on the drop though. Shut down Skeptic with the double. Diffuser finds 2 kills. Gonna get the plant down with Hot and Cold though. From admin into CCTV. Upor being just gate kept over towards loading docks up close. Shotgun Diffuser. Which way? Left way. It's the doorway. It's M80. That take the opening map of this series. In the end, pretty comfortably 7-3 on the scoreboard. They had to work for it. But a decent result nevertheless against Team Heretics.
Yeah, perfect start to the series. Heretics made it work for them, particularly early on, and some pretty large clutch moments from M80 across this opening map. But they set themselves up so nicely to close this one out in a 2-0.
Yeah, funny old kind of match, as I was kind of pointing out before that final round. A lot of the numbers, a lot of the stats say it was a lot closer than the scoreboard in the end highlighted. But even again, you look at that round, the last round, clutch, strategy, all going the way of M80. That was the main difference point in this series or in this map of Bank. And as we know, going into Consulate, second preference map for M80, very, very strong map. It's going to be very difficult to imagine Team Heretics, if they can't beat them on Bank, a map that M80 don't necessarily like all that much, I don't know how they're going to get it done on Consulate.
Yeah, seeing that path forward for Heretics is very, very rough. I think as well, the strategic depth is far better for M80, but also the mental game. I think we started to see Heretics break apart a little bit, the tack timeout. We've got that insight, and so they'll need to try and rebound mentally for map number 2.
Yeah, in terms of the statistics from this game, Flexi was great. Grubby also again held his own. Upor had a 4K, he had some good performances. So a lot of the numbers that we were talking about pre-match for Heretics did kind of come to fruition. But ultimately, we saw improved performances for M80, likes of Hot and Cold, for example, right? He was only a 90 EPS coming into today, and he was a clear standout. He had so many big moments. You think about the clutch as well from Gavin. He had some big moments. So coming into today for M80, the star was Gunner, but he only went 6-6. So they got more out of Gavin. They got more out of Hot and Cold. They had really good set plays, good strategy. They won big clutch moments. You think about a 1v4 plant denial from Gavin, that's just stealing around, like especially in a game that was looking to be quite close for a large majority of it, where at one point it was a 3-4 scoreline in favor of M80, and then bang, 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 game's done, 7-3.
Yeah, I think one of the telling factors for a team, especially throughout the group stage of an international event that has the potential to go really far, and M80, of course, have, you know, the potential to go very far at this event.
Well, yeah, they could win the whole thing.
It's very rare where we find ourselves in a position during a round where we count them out. I mean, how many 3v5s, for instance, over the course of Bank, where we were kind of like, oh, it doesn't look amazing, but they have the pieces that they can align to find win conditions, and we did see that on several occasions.
It's what makes this team so strong. The strategy from, you know, having a world-class coach in Fabian, clutch factor, star power. There's a reason why they won the Munich Major. We go to a short break. On the other side, we go to Consulate.
Tengok yang klien pula kan. Alah, sekali sangat ending ni. Dekat, tak boleh menang boleh win.
This is exactly why in Siege, but specifically when we look at the wider spectrum of the 6 Invitational, you have to lock in. There is no such thing as a free or an easy game.
No, absolutely not. I think realistically, all of our teams that come to the 6 Invitational, every single one of them is operating at the highest level. Usually what's the difference, Rob? It's usually to do with mentality and psychology and that big P word that we like to throw around like it's nothing, pressure. Elevate did not have any pressure on them. They're out of the tournament. Wildcard, they had so much pressure on them.
Yeah.
Top 2 at stake, maybe top spot at stake. That creates a whole load of pressure. Why is that important? Because you start thinking about what you're doing. You start second guessing. You start thinking, is it the right play? Oh, we should beat them. Oh, we're not beating them. Oh my God, what's going on?
Yeah.
And then for Elevate, they don't double think it. They just think, I'm making a play. It doesn't matter what I do now. And I think realistically, when that happens, teams can play their best Siege. And I want to just quickly look back to the map pick of Border, because I don't disagree that Wildcard should have picked Border. They played amazingly well on it yesterday.
Yep.
But Border's one of them maps that takes decisions out of your mind because it's just so gunfight heavy. It's just, you know where you want to play, you've got an operator, you've got a position, you've got your utility, and then you just aggress. And you take the decisions out of Elevate's mind, you take that split second, and bam, they can punish you.
It's just incredible when you look at that match summary, because anyone, if you looked at that as a snapshot without the scores, you probably would have said that Wildcard would have won this game. And that just goes to show that the way they play, whilst they didn't win, by God, can they adapt. Fox, I hope you can break this one down a little better.
Yeah, Wildcard, despite their loss, is still very adaptive. And let me break down a beautiful minimal attack that they do on the bathroom bomb site. Now, for those at home that don't know, a minimal is essentially when you can attack a lightly defended bomb site from outside or with minimal utility used. First, let's break down what Wildcard's doing to succeed. We got Spiker holding the Teller's Hall, making sure no one retakes. We got Bay upstairs as one of the flankers who can either watch the diffuser late round or flank late round. The second flanker, Baby Shark, watching Metal Stairs, exact same thing. Watch diffuser, go for a flank late round. Now the creativity part of this is the push through passport of Dash walking through the main lobby, Kansan holding passport, 2 push wraps in the corner. Now that's exactly what we see happen. The blitz pushes wraps out, and it's a 2-way prong. He's going down either way. Now you might be saying, this is kind of useless because Elevate could just play in Blue Hall, shut this all down, and now there's no passport push. But beautiful calling from Spiker to be able to drone out customs and blue and the crossfires to then re-lock it off. Spiker can see in a workshop, nobody's taking blue. Baby Shark is locking bottom metal, nobody's taking customs. And it works flawlessly. The push goes on, they're able to push wraps out. We see Dash go into the site, calls out, somebody is upstairs. Bay is aware. Now, they push deeper into the site, forcing the rest of Elevate to have to come out of hiding, and it works because the rest of the crossfire is all set up. So we see Spiker, he gets a kill from his angle. We see Bay upstairs, he gets a kill from his angle, based off of these 2 pre-placed positions. So Bay, the other flanker, is able to get 1. Now you may be asking, what about Baby Shark? What's he doing the whole time? Well, he flanks later in the round, and exactly what I said at the start of the round, both flankers can either watch a diffuser or go for a flank late round. Both flankers succeeded. The minimal attack succeeded. And that's the adaptation from Wildcard that you don't see so often, and it was very creative. And so hopefully you guys can take that and maybe use it in your own ranked games. Now, we'll have to see if Wildcard can maybe bounce back on map 2, but we got to go back to the studio to look at it.
Honestly, the way that you've kind of, I guess, set the tone there is that whilst Wildcard did not win, like we were just saying, they're not out of this. They looked really solid in certain rounds on Border, and we now move to probably a larger map in Labs where maybe they might be given a bit more freedom.
Yeah, and I think, you know, a larger map in Labs, they can maybe control the rounds a little bit more. They can control the aggression coming out of Elevate and outthink them a little bit. I think that's a key strength in Spiker on his IGLing, as we've just seen from Foxay. The other thing that I will say, Rob, as well, is that actually I think it doesn't, as much as it hurts to lose the map, the overall fixture, if Wildcard still win this fixture, they can still secure top 2, and they can set themselves up to secure top spot tomorrow. So as much as, yeah, they're not going to get all 4 points, the material, the grand scheme of things, is unchanged.
You've got to give your flowers, as our good friend Lax would say, to a player like Psycho, who coming into today, I'm sure would be absolutely devastated, gutted that they were knocked out so early in this tournament. He's raised a hammer before, but still finds it even when he's sick. He's still able to perform. He's still able to step up when it matters most. And I think players like Stemp as well for Elevate, like, it's incredible when you look at this roster and you look at the caliber of players, just how unfortunate they have been this SI. And maybe unfortunate is not the right word. Maybe I'm probably being a little, I don't know, I don't know, I've lost the word there, but maybe I'm not being so brutal on them because they're from my region. They're not really, but ultimately they are looking good, and this is a team that is to be reckoned with. Wildcard, they're on the ropes, but by God, if what we saw on Border is anything to go by, this is going to be an absolute barn burner.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I mean, I didn't think we would get to Nighthaven Labs with Elevate being in the winning position, just based on the pedigree of the team and their success so far here at the event. But the part of being one of the best 20 teams in the world, and the best part of being at the 6 Invitational is that anything, Jesse, can happen. And well, for the first time in this entire event, Elevate has won a map. They only have 2 more maps until they go home. So will they close it out 2-0? Will we need a decider? What happens here? It's on Elevate's map pick of Nighthaven Labs. Let's find out.
With nothing to gain and nothing to lose, Elevate have broken new ground, winning a map at the 6th Invitational. So why not go even farther? Winning a series and sitting wildcard down right before they go to play for first place against Furia tomorrow. It would sure be a statement, and I think a bit of a proving ground for some of these younger players on Elevate who came to this event for the first time, or maybe the first time in a long time, hoping to show exactly why they still deserve a spot on one of the top teams in the world. Wildcard will need to be better on Nighthaven Labs if they don't want to get swept 2-0 against this APAC Brazilian roster. But I like what Jack said on the desk, Parker. This is a bigger map. This is a less frag-oriented map, and it's one where hopefully the creativity and the brain power of Spiker can shine through to give the North Americans the edge.
I wonder what both of these teams talked about in the time between maps. There's always a team huddle that occurs outside of the player rooms when the map finishes. Obviously, everybody gets up. They usually go and get more water. Maybe they get an unspecified energy drink or some coffee. Maybe they use the bathroom. But almost always, they will regroup. They'll talk things through. Do keep in mind that most teams don't just have one coach. They also have analysts. They have support staff here, right? Justin obviously being one for Wildcard. So there will be a whole group of them out there that don't get to talk to the team during live action. That can maybe try to settle down some nerves, maybe get their head in, etc. I would say that maybe pressure gets to this wildcard team, but I mean, you don't make consecutive top 4 finishes if you don't, just shove off pressure.
Yeah.
You don't think they felt pressure when they made their deep run at Munich? You don't think they felt pressure when they made their run at Reload? Of course they did.
Attackers are moving to defuse
I don't think they felt a lot of pressure in the first map against Elevate, and maybe that's part of the problem. Maybe they took it a bit too easy.
Really only the players can tell us and the coaching staff about how things went mentally inside for a wild card, but we know that their gameplay was not enough to get the job done like we all expected them to. They're going to start defense on Nighthaven Lab, which honestly should give them a bit of an early advantage. Wildcard, again, are the best defensive team at the 6th Invitational, so we expect them to thrive on this half. And I think part of the reason why they found so much success on defense is because they like to get creative with their bomb site selection, Parker. They discussed going customs on Border in our last map, and they will start in the basement here against Elevate. Bit of a roam going on as well. Dash, the lone player up on the top floor. He's playing that Goyo after placing his util in sight. He's going to run around and try to make something happen up on the top floor against his countrymen. But then Baby Shark, Bay, and Kansan all in a good position around these stairs to help him get back if he finds trouble. And just like that, gets back, drops the hat. Found a bit of trouble, 1 bullet to the knee, but Kansan the first to fall.
Stemp was terrific in map number 1, and he keeps it up with map number 2, finding 2 kills, bottling his flashbangs, and surviving an impact nade that's thrust his way. Stemp still living, but very little HP. Buck's gun is, well, it's quite the rifle, and both Dash and Kansan figure that out the hard way. Well, it's Baby Shark, Bay, and Spiker with 1.5 minutes to go to survive inside of the site. There'll be a lot of work on this middle floor, the main floor, to make it so the defenders have a tough time The Monty of Raps has found an opening. Down goes Spiker. Ion with a kill. It's his first here on this map. Bay and Baby Shark might not be aware that the defuse plan has gone down, and oh my goodness, a flawless round for Elevate. Wildcard not spawning into round number 1.
And the momentum seems to be with the Brazilians. A perfectly played push that comes through. They've got good information on the one player up above, Parker. They force him down down the hatch towards Aqua Stairs. It's Stemp to step up for that big 2K entry. I said we'd be saying his name more. I kind of meant in future years at future SIs, but why not through the continuation of this series as well? It's his last time to shine here in Paris, so let's see the best that he's got, and he's really been performing today. Walked into this map once again with a .59 KDR, one of the worst stat lines that we have of any player at the 6th Invitational, but dominated on Border and off to a strong start on Nighthaven Labs.
And I mean, you even said it, a team that comes in with very little to play for is always a scary foe. Now, I obviously had to play devil's advocate and present the other side, which is that, yeah, they don't have anything to play for, but also like, or they, you know, they're going to come in and play casual, but they literally have nothing to play for.
Yeah.
There is no benefit here whatsoever from Elevate winning 2-0, other than just bragging rights. I thought the desk made a very good point about Psycho. Psycho is the ultra competitor. When you have won a hammer, you don't come to SI wanting to be the first team eliminated. You don't want to be team number 20 out of 20. You are hungry for so much more. He celebrated his birthday here. He's been a little under the weather. It has been not exactly the best event for Psycho, just as a person.
Yeah.
And I mean, to lose a match and then have Maria bring you a cake and try to act all cheery. The cake, to their credit, was actually very good.
I can't believe you had some of that birthday cake. They didn't take it for themselves?
No, they left it in the broadcast room. So after the players took their cut, half of the cake ended up in the broadcast room.
Delicious.
So a bunch of us just tried some of it, because I mean, it's there. We were told to eat it. I might be diabetic, but I'm not anti-cake. So,
and I've always respected that about you, Parker.
But I mean, Psycho is the ultimate competitor. He's going to be unhappy with any result that doesn't put him near the top. Obviously, as we said, when you're in the twilight of your career, it's possible he has a renaissance, but it seems unlikely at this current point in time. He's going to try to be willing this team for a pretty big upset. And also, while they compete at APAC, Jesse, they are from Brazil. You have no doubt that they want Furia to do well. What's one of the best things you can do for Furia? You can stop Wildcard from winning your match and tying Furia in the standings.
Very good point. Wildcard still hunting for that first place up against the former world champions. Now, Elevate have done a great job in this round of getting the IT wall open. The Mira was brought to try to keep it closed, but with the Thermite, Ion had no real problems of getting that opened. Bay's going to be the player in that Raptors position, often one of the hardest spots to play. It's C's player, but when you got aim like that, anything is possible. A brilliant shot to shut down the hottest player on Elevate.
And the Nitro Cell just goes a little too far for Cans and a missed opportunity. His Wildcard need to keep this first half close. The second Nitro Cell will connect. And how about back-to-back flawless rounds? All it takes is resets dying. No, he'll take down Baby Shark, so no flawless for Wildcard. But at this current point in time, you gotta like their odds to win this round. Almost hitting the head of the Azami, but ultimately missing, and then Dash pops up to shut him down 1-1 through 2 rounds.
Really clean display of mechanical skill coming out from Wildcard, and I think that's something we talked a lot about for Elevate back on Border. They were hitting some brilliant shots in tough spots where maybe a lot of players would have faltered, but Bay with a brilliant play with the impact to open the door, hit that first head onto Stemp, and then the Nitro to follow it up. Really aggressive play around IT wall. I'm curious how much of this has been a call, because while it didn't work in round 1, both rounds that Wildcard have played on defense now have been very aggressive with a commitment to the roam in the first round, and then just full frontal assault on the attackers here in the second round through the IT breach, through the Rafters door, and through electrical window. It feels like once Wildcard get a read on where Elevate want to push, they're happy to hold W and take those fights as soon as possible.
How do you know they're not playing on controller?
Well, we can see their player cams, and they're all using mouse and keyboard. So that would be primary reason. The other reason would be that I don't think any player has ever played the 6th Invitational on controller, except for when you had to on Xbox in 2016.
And what team won?
That was Elevate. That won the Xbox World Championship.
Thank you for bringing it back.
Rainbow Six. Yes, yes.
Elevate has been a worldwide team at this point in time. I think Europe is the only region they haven't fielded a team in, if memory serves correctly.
That is correct. They've had teams in Brazil, North America, and APAC.
And now they have a Brazilian team in APAC. So they're checking 2 boxes at the same time. And I mean, a consistent mainstay in this esport, an org that everybody knows, a name that everybody knows, a logo that everybody knows, and there's been some absolute heavy hitters who've competed under that brand.
And Wildcard, I mean, are no strangers to international rosters either. For quite a long period of time, between 2020 and 2022, Wildcard and Elevate were actually rivals in the APAC region, both fielding Australian teams, and then Elevate picking up a Thai team as well out of Southeast Asia. So these orgs have actually met quite a few times across history. This is their 13th time competing across each other. The vast majority of those plays happening in the region of APAC with 10 different players, but still cool to see that history between 2 of Siege's longest standing orgs.
Wildcard undergoing a rebrand, as people will probably remember some of their older logos. I know that there's been a lot of criticism about orgs simplifying their logo or completely changing things up. I think there was nearly unanimous thought that this Wildcard rebrand is very strong. I think it's one of the best that we've seen in quite some time. Baby Shark gunning down Ion Elevate, having a tough start now, 2 rounds in a row, forfeiting this first kill to the North American squad. There's still some good forces on the side of Elevate as they get ever closer to clearing out this top floor. It looks very similar to the execute we saw last time, as both teams have their players assembled similarly, even though it's not a top floor bomb site.
Yeah, you wonder if they're going to commit to the full top floor clear. Just with Stemp and Electrical, you'd assume that maybe they will, but with the IT breach open on this bomb site, you do not have to commit to that. You can, with the IT breach open, go in for a plant, and that's exactly what they're doing.
There's the fuse kit going down. Unfortunately, Elevate is losing some of their players. Rap's not able to cover, gun down from the wrong angle, and now it's all up to resets, and he will die. A good sweep out from Wildcard in that round, and they'll take the lead on Nighthaven Labs.
I really like seeing the confidence out of Wildcard. You can see that they know how these plants are going to come in. They very much expect the quick push in through the window. Maybe expected the Blitz to have the defuse kit at first, but once they realized that the Shield player wasn't actually the one planting, that Nitro Cell was tossed out, and it was an easy denial of the plant from Psycho. So really good stuff coming out from Dash in the midst of that to stop the plant. Bay, some brilliant shots there as well, coming in through the top floor, winning those vertical fights, and then being able to stop that the rest of the couple of players just in the site. Very clean to start off Nighthaven on Wildcard's side.
I mean, they should. It's Elevate's map. If Wildcard were down 3-0, I think we'd be at this point saying, all right, let's wrap this up.
Yeah.
There's still more matches to be played, but no, I mean, when you talk about opening picks, Wildcard came out ahead, drawing first blood the most on Border, and conversion was pretty important. 11 rounds were played. 8 of those 11 rounds were won by the team that struck first. Here on Nighthaven Labs, they're 3 for 3. If you draw first blood, you win the round. It was Elevate in round number 1, and since then it's been Wildcard.
And I think that has kind of been, there's a lot of issues with Elevate this event, but that's been one of the big ones in my mind. They've got the worst opening pick rate of any team in the tournament, only winning 30% of their entry duels across both sides. Part of that has been that the entry duel of Ion and Stemp haven't really loaded into the server. Both players have really, their stats are underwater at this point. But with Stemp coming alive in this series, finally finding his footing, Ion playing pretty well in a couple of those rounds too, the final round in particular of Border, I think we're starting to see that trend turn around a little bit. I know Wildcard have been winning in the entries, but frankly, Elevate are batting above their average.
I understand how people will interpret what I'm about to ask as an insult, but is there a stat that Elevate is not doing the worst in the tournament at? Because it seems like every time we show a graphic, it's like everybody's doing fine, and then there's Elevate.
They're not the worst attacking team in the tournament, Parker. I'll give them that.
Well, we'll come to blows. Wildcard looking to go for their 3rd consecutive round, making Elevate bleed. Raps almost losing his life, but taking a lot of damage for somebody with a shield in front of his face at half HP at this point in time. Ion went fishing for a kill, comes back with nothing, and will use a logic bomb, but there are mute jammers strewn about this map that will very quickly silence the tool that Elevate is using to hunt down these roamers.
Fox's telestration between our two maps focused on a really nice direct play, a minimal play from Wildcard where they tried to hit the bomb site without much map control. Elevate are hoping to do something similar here. They're not interested in clearing these roamers. Instead, they're opening up the main breaches from outside. No issues with the hard breach in this round. And they're just going to take Cafeteria, try to work that defuse kit down the exo stairs to get a plant just inside the assembly door. That is the strat. being drawn up for Elevate right now, but they've got to be careful of those roamers up above, and the site player as well, always an issue.
Final logic bomb goes out, and it sounds like all the boogie drones from resets have been thrown, which is excellent because it's the Ram of resets who dies first. There'll be wild cards striking before Elevate yet again, and another will be added to the tallies. Ion is punished by Kansan. So wild card now with a 2-player lead. 1 point of damage has been done to wild card. Dash trades out a lot of his HP, and the Nitro Cell takes care of Raps. Immediately traded off by Stemp. Now it's Psycho and Stemp. Again, Stemp, positive kill differential, just as we saw in map number 1, doing the same thing here on map 2. Drops the diffuser as now it's watched from above. Psycho is inside the site. Well, as close to it as getting. Now he's back inside the site. As he was playing on the exterior, 4 players from Wildcard will all decide who gets it, and it's Spiker to get kill number 1 for this map. As that's another round for Wildcard. 3-1 so far.
Hey, Ogo, what up, Ogo? Welcome to the stream.
Curious if there's going to be a timeout here. It looks like...
All right, I tell you at Discord. Thank you. Darkness, 22.
Vamos fazer se eles pegarem em cima, fazer a full verde, porque eles estão batendo full. E quando a gente for pra o outro bomb, eles podem pegar metal? Eles podem botar metal?
Não, acabou de se meter.
Eles têm que ir pra cozinha, né?
Cozinha ou em cima?
Então, vamos fazer full domínio se for. Dominar full andar em cima, full, tá ligado? Mesmo que seja água, garagem, a gente domina TI, vem caçando os caras, empurra eles, depois a gente vai presente.
Caixas de metal tem muito gap.
Não, eles vão dar esses espaços full pra gente, a gente domina e deixa os caras bater. Faz o mid, mano, bota a mira full. Eles dão essas peitadinhas e pega kill. Mas é o que vocês falaram também, faz a play do começo até o fim, mano, de boa, tá ligado?
Não, vamos acelerar um pouquinho mais, tá travando, mano.
Pode crer.
Ele mais forte.
Joga junto, parece que só eu quero ganhar essa porra, mano.
Hugzord, the former coach of Team Liquid, giving some words of encouragement to the guys on Elevate. Again, doesn't seem like they're so serious in a lot of these TAC timeouts, trying to play without too much pressure, but still able to offer some of that strategic advice as to what might be going down in the server through the first 4 rounds. I think it has been a bit of a trend line for Wildcard, where they've been, again, roaming quite aggressively on these bottom floor bomb sites. Anytime they can hold the top floor, they've been doing so. And I think in response to that, Elevate have been bringing out a lot of those direct site hits. We saw it on the middle floor, we saw it on the basement as well. But Wildcard have been really clean at making sure the roamers get back to site. They're not caught off guard by fast plays. They're reacting to the push that Elevate is trying to play for, and they're reading it really, really well. I'll be curious to see if Elevate are choosing to change their playstyle, go for a little bit more of a full map clear, or if they're going to still go for those directs, but maybe find some way to pressure those roamers a little bit more. We'll have to find out either through a Maria translation or, of course, by watching their play in rounds 5 and 6.
I was going to make a cheeky little joke and just say, like, couldn't have said it better myself, Jesse, but... Oh, my. Oh, Resets was ready for it. A little bit of damage done. Again, like... You need to ask the question, like, what... Hey, I know it's Silencio, I mean...
What does it mean?
Get signals.
Okay.
Yeah.
I assumed.
Just happy to help you. I'm probably not saying it correctly. Not with the right accent. Spiker went for a jump out on map number 1. Dash obviously going for that peak jump out. There is a drone queue, a small traffic jam to get in through electrical. I have never seen that before.
3 drones all stacked up.
Just patiently waiting their time, and now a 4th wall.
Oh, God.
Flashbang will go in, and Baby Shark immediately followed up on, but the shotgun will scare away the Ying, but damage has been done. This is a very good strike by Elevate so far. They found a lot of value, especially now that Dash is gone. You take advantage of the fact that they're down in numbers inside a wildcard.
Yeah, that was kind of a cool play. One of those 8 drones spotted it was a Warden in electrical, so they used the Thatcher EMP to try to disable his glasses and allow that stem flash to go off and get the blind. So a lot of damage, not enough to kill. Now they're working on the connector wall. They get a little bit of an angle opened up, but not as much as they could have thanks to the impact from Kansan. And on this clash, he's really just able to set himself up from below. Ion in the buck forces him back though, and now Kansan's gonna have to play without his primary utility unless he can somehow pick that up.
This might sound a little dramatic, but I honestly think this is one of the most strategic rounds we've seen from Elevate at this event. Everything is going in their favor. Effectively flushing out electrical, or at least trying to, as now they push the Warden off of this spot. Ion being very well coordinated to take care of The clash from below, and now we'll have the Warden running yet again. A rush in from Step now with the shotgun in the midst of the smoke, taking down Bay, completely blind. He can't see anything, and it doesn't matter. Kansan fragging back. There goes Step. The advantage now still for Elevate with 45 seconds left.
Yeah, the buck play is still strong, but you gotta be careful of your Ion. Don't get your head blown off. Kansan still without his shield as it's placed just back on the default plant, and he's taken down by Psycho.
Slaughtering everybody inside the site except for Spiker. Now finds himself in a clutch or kick scenario. One player's already gone by. Still losing from below as the buck is there, not shaken off of this position. A beautiful shot by Spiker. Diffuser goes down, and now he'll have to respond to Raps in this position. He knows that the cross is being held, and immediately in response, Raps will swing. Spiker's in a tough spot as he emerges from here. Oh my goodness, he deletes resets. Also removing words from my vocabulary. Ion being a nuisance from down below. Missing an opportunity on the Grim, but the shotgun is up. Spiker gets the job done. Now he needs to deal with the buck. Hopping back onto the diffuser. He'll try to long arm this. There's still some shots left in the skeleton key. Spiker gets off of it, doing some damage, running out of time. Ion on low HP, but he gets the job done. Spiker so close to a clutch, but Elevate survive and win the round.
God damn, Brady, that would have been insane, but Spiker is not able to win in the 1v4. And I mean, you're right, Parker. That was a really interesting push coming out from Elevate. On one hand, it was really linear. You know, they didn't have anybody going towards IT. They didn't even sniff Garage. I don't know if they know that Aqua even exists based on that push. It was all focused around connector and electrical, but they used all of the utilities so well. The buck below was a massive problem for them. The combination of Thatcher and Ying was so important to take down some of those players, including the Warden, which did get EMP'd and flashed in the middle of that round. The Grim Bees were impactful as well. The Habana able to get them a bit of an angle too, coming in through connector. So all of their util was played so perfectly there. They focused the plant. And I honestly think in the 4v1, you could say they were playing overly aggressive, but I think they had a lot of trust in Ion playing below the site with a buck. There's not a lot of room inside the site to play. Why not get aggressive? Try to get that swing onto the captain of Wildcard. It was frankly pretty close. Ion could have died there, but in the end, he's in such a favorable position. I don't even mind the way they played that post plant. Elevate doing well, I think, to collect their second round.
That would have been one of the finest clutches that we've seen at this event so far, had Spiker pulled that one off. And yeah, I mean, if you can keep the buck down below and just do whatever soft destruction you want, then yeah, you are in such a powerful spot. Again, excellent coordination from Elevate, pushing their way through this site and getting Wildcard into disadvantageous positions that then were very quickly collected by Elevate. Psycho in particular, right as they were trying to shepherd that diffuser into the site, Psycho went in for some cleanup work and allowed that to happen. Raps will walk in now as the Monty with Diffuse Kit. Once everything is done on this top floor, he's the only player in the lobby yet to get a kill. But again, that is okay. That is not necessary for Raps' position, especially on a Monty. He's probably not going to be involved in too much action if all goes according to plan for Elevate. This is the final round of the first half. And Elevate have an opportunity to tie it up before they go on to the presumptive better side on their own map.
IT's been really torn apart. Baby Shark, a little risky on that cross, but he does manage to stay alive on this top floor. Nobody holding it directly on the ground, so playing far enough back. Baby Shark keeps his life today. He's got some teammates in the top floor with him. Kansan and Bay are the other players that are roaming up above the bomb site rather than being down on that ground floor. Last time, Elevate went very direct. Remember, they started to open up the IT wall, and then they went straight in for the cargo window. So we're going to have to see if that is, once again, where they want to play this, if they want to just try to hit direct into sight, or if they're going to go for that full clear. I think, based on the time on the clock, Parker, they are going to go straight into sight, try to make that storage window push work again.
Very limited action that's occurred. One of the slower rounds here between these two teams across both maps. Oh. Is Bay on the other side of the wall? Trying to figure out from the, so yes, he is. Bay was in a really tough position there, and a Nitro Cell will claim reset, so good follow-up from Spiker and a great response after Bay dies. Maybe a bit too prematurely for Wildcard's liking. Elevate have lost their Habana, but it sure sounded like most of that Heart Breach had gone off. So you lose a good gun and you lose a player who's very hot at the moment. but the utility's still been used, so not all hope is lost.
Yeah, I'm worried about the clock, Parker. There's going to be glue mines as well. If one of those hits wrapped before he can go for a plant, and that could be devastating. Those few seconds can matter when you need to put a plant down on 0-0.
And I mean, this in theory is very likely to be an Elevate round. Through all 5 rounds, First Blood has determined who goes on to win the round. So unless that trend line breaks here for this final round of the first half, we're looking at a 3-3 score line, which is great for Elevate. The clock, though, is the ultimate 5th player still alive for Wildcard at this point in time. Raps has found an opening, and Diffuse Kit will go down. Dash will sneak on out. Didn't they do this on Border? Spiker did the exact same thing, and Elevate will fall victim to it yet again. No time remaining to pick up that Diffuse Kit, and half of the server will live. Oh my goodness. They did it on Border. They do it again on Nighthaven Labs, and the first half will go in favor of the North Americans.
Parker, I was worried about the goo mine stopping the plant. In a sense, I was right, because Dash on the Legion was able to stop that plant. Not really the utility that he needs. Instead, it's just a little bit of a rat play, but I think the point still stands. That time, way too long to clear through the top floor for Elevate. I think at some point they had to make the call to just hit down on that bottom floor. You could say it's a missed drone from Dash, but they just didn't have time. Plant going down at 11 seconds left in that round. There was no chance for them to be able to find that that final player inside the bomb site. Really smart from Dash up against his fellow Brazilians to go for that rat spot, hit that plant denial, and wildcard the rest of them. They just let him do his thing. Full trust, a player in the bottom floor, a player up above. None of them really necessary when Dash has got things on lock like that.
Grim and Kaid banned out. Now, as while we take a brief pause here, not that we want to shake you from watching this thrilling match of Elevate versus Wildcard, but worth reminding that there are 2 streams running at the same time. Over on the B stream, M80 and Heretics are currently doing battle. M80 is up 1-0 in that matchup, and the scoreline is presently tied between the 2 teams. So if you have the capability to watch both at the same time, why don't you treat yourself to 4 teams in Rainbow Six Siege, or you can always catch up on the VOD later on. The B stream will be running for the foreseeable future, as long as there are too many games for us to cover on a single stream. Heretics, obviously the European team that was known as Project Zero, that qualified through the last chance qualifiers. M80, the defending major champions that have had maybe a disappointing start to this event by their own standards.
Yeah, I think that's definitely fair. You've heard from the players themselves on Twitter as well. Maybe not so happy with how things have gone. I think Elevate could probably say the same thing. Expectations not quite as high as the major champs, but certainly wanted to win a game before they got eliminated from Six Invitational playoff contention. Is what it is, though. There's no changing back time. Wildcard, I will say as well, have had a very strong early start to the group stage at the Sixth Invitational. They have yet to lose a series. If Elevate can pull back against this 4-2 deficit that they currently face, then this will be the first time that Wildcard will lose a match, and it'll put them in a tough spot to get that first place victory out from Furia when they play their final match tomorrow. But all in all, Wildcard have shown that they have been a very strong team here at the Sixth Invitational. Defense in particular, we've highlighted as one of their strongest points. They won't have the luxury of playing defense for the next 6 rounds. They have to close this game out on attack or face overtime and potentially a 2-0 win for Elevate on the series.
Top floor bomb site consistently among the easiest to defend for these defenders here. You have to go through your typical rhythm of opening up this IT wall, and I don't know why it took them a little bit longer to get that second wave of X-Kairos off, but Spiker will be able to open it up quite successfully. Raptors guarded, as we see by an Azami, whether it be Clubhouse or Nighthaven Labs. This is the operator that you're going to choose to sit on Rafters. Stem was looking to be a bit more active, though, not looking for a passive hold. On a map like Nighthaven Labs, you kind of have to be. On Clubhouse, there's really only one way to attack you. On Nighthaven Labs, you can be scooped up about 3 different ways. So you have to be a little bit more careful. And with how Stem's been playing today, Jesse, I'd be gambling my life on a kill. He's been very good at hitting his shots.
Yeah, we saw Bay had a ridiculous clip earlier today just on this position playing the Azami, so we know how powerful it can be. The Grim would have been a great tool to try to clear this Azami out, but of course banned, so Bay's got to play that Nomad instead, and this is a cheeky angle from Kanzin. Maybe that Kiba just slightly incorrectly placed. Not sure if Stemp is aware that this angle exists. If he walks just slightly too far to his right, this will be a free pick for Kanzin.
Apa angle tu? Teruk ni angle
He
dia.
just missed the head there for but a second, and now it's forced Stemp out of the spot. He cannot rotate, but the fire actually is doing nothing at this point in time. Where is the follow-up from Wildcard? Stemp actually manages to get away, and I mean, if your goal was to just clear out Raptors, you've done that. You have to imagine that the focus was taking down the Azami. They've not been successful in that endeavor. Kansan will very quickly mount an offense up on the stairs. Ion shredding Bay as he swung around. So Raptors control for Wildcard, really not quite as fast as they had hoped. A nice play from Dash onto Ion. As he now looks to push through Electrical, he'll be confronted with the shotgun of the Warden. He has to be careful because that's an engagement that the Warden would usually win. Psycho swings out to replace Stemp before the bodies even hit the ground. Kansan dies. And back to a 3v3 with 30 seconds to go. Spiker holding that defuse kit, but he's inside of IT. He needs at least one more doorway to go through to get that plant down. Dash mounting his own offense. As now Psycho is shoved out of his position. Backed away in Warehouse, Raps falls, still killless, and there goes Psycho as Baby Shark will pick up 2 kills, and a 5th round will pop on the board for Wildcard.
Strong finish coming out from Wildcard, Parker. They stalled out a little bit in the midst of that round. I was starting to get worried. Yes, they got IT. Yes, they got Connector. But in the end, after losing that opening pick to Ion, it just felt like they didn't have a great way to get the plant down. They were not pushing from multiple directions. They didn't have any answers really to the Nitro cells, 2 of them in the pocket of Elevate, which would have made a plant really difficult, but sometimes you just need somebody to step up and say, let me go kill these guys. Baby Shark was that man, walked through the bomb site, was able to find some really clutch angles where he wasn't going to be watched for. Baby Shark hit that gap and finally got the numbers to lean the way of the blue and red. So perfectly done from Wildcard in round 7. They win their first attacking round, and you start to get worried for Elevate. On their own map pick now, down by 3. These next couple defenses have to be good from them.
Yeah, I mean, let's take a step back after map 1, because I do think map 1 changed the way that we perceive this matchup and changed the way that we've talked about these teams, right?
Definitely.
You don't just cast based on what has happened, you cast on what is happening. Elevate surprised us with map number 1. I don't think almost anybody expected map 1 to go the way it did, and yet it did. So that changes the calculus about how we cast map number 2. This is Elevate's map. They should be good on it. They are now on the better side. Elevate should not be losing this, and yet they are. This reverts to the point, Jesse, where old Elevate would still lose their maps 1-7.
Yeah.
This happened several times where Elevate was only getting 1 or 2 rounds on maps they picked. This looks like a pretty typical regression to the mean for Elevate. This is the Elevate that we are used to showing up. Maybe they overperformed on Border. Maybe they'll turn it around.
Yeah.
There is still time, but very quickly they are losing that time. Wildcard win one more round. That's probably curtains here on this map. And then we go to Fortress.
Nothing so surprising coming out with this bottom floor bomb site defense from Elevate, Parker. Resets on this Solus. This is the only operator he has ever played on this bomb site since joining Elevate. Their 5th attempt now defending on this site in team history since he was added to the squad. Zion who strikes first, but Reset's not far behind. They might know what operator he's on, but that doesn't mean they can stop the shots that he is hitting. The roam game has been exceptional. Another one from Ion. Flicks around for...
Kenapa pula?
Biker, and it's a 2v5 for Wildcard.
Not an ideal spot to be in, but you've got the 2 secret weapons, at least statistically, above Kansan and Bay. They've got their work cut out for them. Down goes Kansan, and how about a flawless round from Elevate? It won't be had. Bay shutting down 1 player, and that's Ion. Oh, the collateral as Bay gets 2 kills for the price of 1. Psycho and Reset still alive.
There's no way, right?
The clutch eluded Spiker, and the same will happen to Bay as Elevate keep the comeback potential alive and will pick up their 3rd round after a great start that started to fall apart before they regained their footing.
Yeah, big round from Resets. I started by talking about his operator, of course, there on the Solus, and he really did start to pop off in the midst of that round, too. It was a really strong roam, working alongside, of course, Ion up on that roam, being able to bait his teammate a little bit. Some nice shots from Ion, who's playing the Thorn in the midst of that round as well. But Resets, I think, coming into this game was probably the one Wildcard would be the most afraid of. Resets, of course, the only player with above 100 EPS on this Elevate team coming into this game. He spent 4 years on Team Liquid. He only joined Elevate in August of last year. And so he's kind of been the one guy that's still been scary despite the struggles that Elevate have had. I think a little quieter on Border despite winning their first map of the tournament, but now we're really starting to see the resets that everybody has known to expect from multiple international appearances with TL.
And I mean, when it was Maya was added to the team, Resets started to play an awful lot better on that Team Liquid squad, if you recall. Resets was statistically one of the worst players through, I think it was 2 events, and then Maya gets added to the team and Resets flourished in his position. Sometimes all it takes is one roster move, not just to make your team better, but also to give certain players the ability to play in more preferable roles and with more comfort. Spiker will lead off this round with an early pick, 15 seconds in, and the Scopos of Ion is dead. That's 2 operators that are technically gone.
Yes. I think it might have been around lobby or meeting. He was on the north side of the map when he did get taken down by Spiker. So beautiful shot, however, it was to take down that Scopos clone.
Thank you.
Start to kill one of those operators and start to feel a little bit better about your position. Getting to that map point that Wildcard can think about. We've gone to Kitchen Cafeteria, by the way. This is the least played site on Nighthaven Labs, but we've seen, I think, a lot of teams actually experimenting with it here at the 6th Invitational. Don't have the numbers to back it up, but it feels like a lot more than at previous events. Clearing through the top floor is always critical when it comes to this bomb site. You can see players starting to focus on the connector wall, which just gets opened up after being delayed by the Tubarão. Now, meeting, of course, directly above the bomb site, always an important spot to hold as well. But not a huge presence currently being held by Elevate on this top floor.
I like that they're not immediately going for the throat. Wildcard is dotting their I's and crossing their T's, still droning now at the halfway point in the round. Honestly feels like it was ages ago that Ion was killed. Again, that's what happens when you die in the first 15 seconds of action. And Elevate getting a bit uncomfortable with their position. They're a little boxed in with their own reinforcements and barricades, as you can see. So there's not a lot of room for them to grow. That is hugely beneficial for Wildcard. Of course, every one of these gunfights is going to come down to a 50-50. But if you're killing them when they're not looking at you, that helps an awful lot. Resets dies the hands of Dash. Psycho collapsed upon. Bay gets him from above, but there was also help from Wildcard on that main floor. Just as we saw Ion do on that buck from below, Bay can now stay over this bomb site, Jesse, and just drop bombs on Elevate. Dash taking down Raps, and it's all up to Stemp. 5 players from Wildcard still alive, looking for map point. Stemp's been good, but I don't know if he's get 5 kills against Wildcard good, Jesse.
This would be a miracle that Elevate, frankly, don't need because it's not going to change their results, but one of the clip doesn't get it.
I guess if you believe in miracles, your belief would be misplaced.
You would in this round, Barker, and I mean, I think it's a pretty standard take coming through from Wildcard. They clear through that top floor. I was surprised how few resources Elevate dedicated to locking down meeting, locking down connector even. Usually you see that being held for a little bit longer. I wonder if the scope was getting spawn peaked, or counter spawn peaked, I suppose, was part of that, not feeling like they had the bodies to hold down through the top floor. Regardless, the vert play was excellent from Wildcard. They won every gunfight. Their lobby pressure coming in from Dash as well was really, really strong. And as much chatter happens in the in-game text chat, all of it in Portuguese, we are looking at a Wildcard.
Fortress has appeared 3 times. All 4 bomb sites have been played. The Hammam sitting room bomb site. When Fortress was first announced, basically everybody said from internal testing we've done, to name the great Toronto-based experimental jazz band, the bomb site is bad, bad, not good. So the fact that it's been played once and was won by the attackers suggests me to believe, yeah, we're probably not seeing it again.
Yeah.
The other bomb sites are all over the place, but are overall defender-sided. The general belief is that the map should be pretty favorable to attackers.
Yes. Yeah.
So it is a bit surprising that it's a defender-sided map at the moment, and actually is the 2nd most defender-sided map. But again, hard to go when it's only been played 3 times.
Yeah.
You're going to need to see about 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 plays until you start to have better.
Every map also tends to be more defender-sided in the first year or 6 months or so before teams really have it figured out. It's always easier to defend than attack when you're unfamiliar with a map and kind of how it tends to flow. We still got to get there. Parker is not a guarantee. If Elevate can win these next 3 defenses, a full site rotation, we won't have to worry about that. The gunfight from Psycho not quite finding its mark up against Baby Shark in the meeting hallway. That would have been a great opening pick to send their way, but unfortunately Elevate can't lock that one down. It's 4 players in the bomb site. Don't be fooled. Ion is still roaming down in the basement. He could be a threat later on. Doesn't have impacts or a C4, of course, playing on this Malusi, so he would have to commit to a flank if he wants to not just be a baiter. Watch out for that, as his timing on that flank could be absolutely critical.
In go the drones. The Trickster of Bravo will take some of that information away from Elevate, and I do worry they're going to be boxed in yet again. Stemp playing this very familiar spot over on Rafters and is being as active as he was before. If you remember, they used the Capitao to great effect to flush him into a position where they could scoop up more map control and then eventually get the kill. Capitao absent from Wildcard this time, so they're going to have to use different tools. It's a very frag-heavy lineup from Wildcard. Great guns across the board. Not a lot of gadgetry being brought by the North Americans. So it'll likely come to blows.
Dash is on the Nomad, but if a flank were to occur, say, up the lobby stairs, he hasn't positioned any of the air jabs yet to stop that. Ion currently on that mid floor now, so starting to make some moves, but Kansan's making a move too. Wildcard in towards the bomb site as they strike first on a reset.
And more damage being done to Dash. Psycho and resets are gone. Step and Raps and Ion. There's Raps in on the action. 1 and 8 will likely, no, 1 and 9 will likely be the scoreline to end for him at this point in time. Ion in a 1v4. Wildcard, 40 seconds left. Ion looking the wrong way. Wow, quick work of them on their own map. Wildcard equalizes, sending us to map number 3. Where was this Wildcard on border?
Well, Parker, I gotta echo what Jack said on the desk. A more strategic map lends itself to the minds of Wildcard. They really lock in on that second map, understanding how important it is to win this game against the already eliminated Elevate. They play a beautiful game on Nighthaven Labs, and they'll get to show us Fortress for the first time at this event.
All right, one final map, newest map, Fortress.
Okay, sebentar tunggu dia main. Aku kata kita buka apa Ubisoft punya ni jap. Game. Dah lama tak buka ni. Benda pun tengah rehat. Ya kan 5 minit. Aduh, ada update pula. Kablar daripada sini. Masalah hati dan kronik ya. Okey geng, kita kena tukar kita punya skrin ni geng. Kita tukar skrin ni pergi ke sini. Pisang. Screen ba sini ba? Uy, terkejut aku. Dia restart pula. Apa nak main game, dia restart pula, geng. Ush, retouch dengan ni.
They did. I saw it as well. So they
very
switched,
late
they
switch.
switched it up last second.
Retouch dengan ni, geng. Oh. Dengan MAT.
Well, this is it. 2 opportunities for Heretics. Make it now 1. I thought maybe at that point when Grubby got that, brought it back to a 2v3, but they were just so low on time. They didn't have a chance to play the vert for long, and then when he dies from down below anyway, well then that's it. Round's done. Pressure right now though for M80. Again, you really want to be winning this 2-0 to give yourself any kind of a chance, as slim as it would be, to still finish first. Of course, Wavo play tomorrow. They got the day off today. They play Heretics tomorrow, and they control their own fate. Provided they win, top spot is theirs. Eleven kills for Uport and Grubby, 9 for Flexi. Early Candelas here from Skeptic, although just the one thrown in, along with a smoke as well. Diffuser taken to half health. If they can deal with that Warden early on, that'll be a big help for Heretics.
Yeah, they might be trying to draw attention over towards CEO for a late admin pivot. That hasn't really been the case. It hasn't changed the structure of this defense initially all too much.
Oh, yeah, look at those yellow pings. Yummy, yummy from the drone, but if they got anything to flush it out, frag grenades, yeah, but you have to cook it really, really well. Gonna take it low, forced out of that position.
Trapped.
Stuck inside of managers and on a very small amount of health. They've done a decent job to poke and prod. The health of Gunner low. Diffuser at half health. He tries to make the dash across. No, doesn't work. Goes down to the gas babe from his own teammate. Gunner's dead. Opening kill technically for Heretics because of the TK. Guys, it's a big misplay.
Whoa. That is a massive misplay. Gunner could have stayed there, wasted time. Elsewhere, Skeptic going deep. He has the diffuser, mind you.
Into bathroom, throws out those Candelas. Still has a smoke available as well. They ring out. Still over a minute left. They can pull back the pressure if they want, but now those Candelas are
hot
gone.
And cold, hot and cold.
Hot and cold. Inside a CO. The rest go down. Cafe is now looming. M80 on their map of Consulate are going to fall at the hands of an LCQ team. Heretics have taken Consulate away from M80 and forced map.
Dah ada bundle ni? Tak ada pun dalam ni? Ada bundle ni.
Wildcard, they bounced back emphatically. It looked so much more refined there on Lads. It looked as if that was meant to be for them. As well, just very quickly a mention for Stream B, Team Heretics have just beaten M80, pushing them into a third map. But if we look a little closely at this one, Fox, I think this is the wild card we expected to see on Border.
Yeah, I mean, Labs, in my opinion, has always been Wildcard's best map. That being said, they're very flexible on it. They're able to switch things on a dime between aggressive and defensive, and I think we saw exactly that. Now, that being said, they should have been just as confident given that they 7-0'd Falcons on Border yesterday. Going into a map like Border, I think they were just playing bad, and I actually had a chance to corner them in the bathroom, and they said themselves, we just played shit. Yeah. Simple as that. So they know that they're going to go to a map 3. They still believe that it's all the confidence for them. And also, going onto a map like Fortress, they actually beat Falcons on Fortress as well, so they should be confident, but it could also be that any map they beat Falcons on, they lose to Elevate.
That's true, that's true. There is a pattern emerging. Yeah, I would say for Wildcard, I think if you think a little bit more holistically, I think from Wildcard's point of view, they're going to outthink Elevate. They're going to, you know, play a little bit more strategic, with a little bit more depth and layers than Elevate, at least on the evidence of this tournament so far. So Nighthaven makes a lot more sense for them to go on as a map against Elevate, and I think we saw that. Elevate only had 2 rounds where they were successful, managing to get the plant down, managing to get that round victory, and then Wildcard, once they got into the attack, they were really dominant. So I'm not necessarily, even though this was Elevate's map pick, I'm not necessarily surprised to see the result. If I'm being honest, I expected it to be a 2-0.
Yeah, but not a 2-0. Going into map 3, and a player that we have been watching the whole series so far is Bay himself, especially just being on that flex entry player. You know, he plays operators that you wouldn't necessarily see on an entry, but he is consistently finding those openings, being able to lock down positions, and he does great. He does,
and he's hydrated as well.
And
he is hydrated.
That's the most important thing. One of the things that stuck out to me there on the match summary was the entry stat. Very split down the board. Yet a 7-3 win. This is something we were talking about in our earlier match with Daystar, and I think it goes to show the difference between good teams and consistent teams.
Of course, because you're able to find different avenues to win a round if you lose that opening pick. And that is one thing that Elevate did do good against Daystar in Game 1, was find those opening picks, but they couldn't convert it, and that was the biggest downfall for Elevate. But that being said, they played very aggressive on border. Those are some takeaways. They need to make sure that going into Fortress, despite how much practice they have, they need to be able to focus on that aggression, because that's the one edge that they could have against Wildcard.
Does it not seem strange, them playing Fortress? It certainly seems quite strange for me, because they're out of the tournament. This will be the first time that they've played it. Why would they show it ahead of now they're looking towards next year? They're already out of the event. It seems strange to me that Elevate would want to play Fortress and get to a decider. But that being said, like, we don't necessarily know what to expect from them. It'll be the same from Wildcard. So Wildcard will just have to go back to what they were playing yesterday when they were playing it up against Falcons, and their defaults on what they know, rather than reading into their opponent too much. But yeah, it does seem slightly strange to me that Elevate would even allow it through the veto, to be honest.
I guess there's so many things that go into a tournament like this, and for Elevate, it might be prep, because it's still a month away.
I mean, maybe. I suppose that's the counterpoint, is you would get a map of official on it.
I still understand, though, and look, at the end of the day, we are going to Fortress. This is the final map for Elevate. I really hope that they can dig their heels in here, but Wildcard, they look so damn good. Let's get underway with Fortress.
All right, well, I'm excited to see our first Fortress.
Yes.
And I mean, I've played the game an awful lot. I've played Fortress a ton in my own time, and I mean, it is not a new map. It's actually quite an old map, but it's got a new coat of paint, and they've tinkered with it. It was closed for construction for a little bit, and now it's been brought back and been refurbished, you know? So now here we go, all the way to Morocco, if memory serves correctly, for the final map of Elevate and Wildcard, and Elevate's final map here at SI. Which team comes out ahead? Let's cue in to Fortress.
It's Elevate's last hurrah in the City of Lights, and they'll do it on the map that they have never played. For the first time, Elevate are coming to Fortress, and Wildcard are coming back to Fortress for the first time in almost 24 hours. They beat Falcons on this map yesterday, although it took them 15 rounds to get the job done. How many rounds will it take to beat a team like Elevate? Or is that even the question worth asking? Because if Elevate show up like they did on Border Parker, they could be walking into a trap where Elevate walk away with another win.
Yeah, I mean, Elevate would have to win their second map here at the event in order to do this. And again, Elevate's not playing for anything. I am Jack's sense of confusion, as you heard on the desk. I'm not really sure why they're going to Fortress. I guess there is time, but why would you want to show that ahead of time? This is ultimately a meaningless game for Elevate. The standings won't change. It's not like their flight home will be unbooked if they win here on Fortress. As for Wildcard, I mean, maybe these teams just didn't want to ban it. This was something I've actually heard some chatter across the analysts talk about and other teams talk about, which is you basically play this game of chicken. Who is going to not ban Fortress last? If you used to have Skyscraper as your permaban, you just slot Fortress in. Super simple. really easy, done, you move on. But if you were comfortable on Fortress, or if you were comfortable on Skyscraper, there are a lot of teams that don't necessarily want to waste a ban on Fortress. So maybe you wait, maybe you see if your opponent will ban it, and then you hope it doesn't end up as your tiebreaker. There's a small stitch getting into the lobby, so we will wait as they reload back in, so pardon the very little tech pause. What are your expectations for Fortress? We have seen it 3 times so far, and Wildcard has even played this map before.
Yeah, we got to see Wildcard play this, of course, last night up against Falcons. It was a crazy match. Not a lot of people had Wildcard come out on top of that. Of course, it was a decider. And whilst this map, you mentioned it, has been defender-sided at the event, in that game, Wildcard versus Falcons, it actually leaned more towards the attackers. Each team got a 4-2 half, and then Wildcard closed it out in overtime. OT admittedly went all 3 defensive rounds, but even still, it does feel like this map should be leaning attacker-sided. I got to watch a great breakdown of this map from Mint, former coach of many teams, including recently Unwanted at the last 6 Invitational, where he showed exactly how he feels the map should go from an attacker and defender point of view. One of the big takeaways, I think, for that specific video, that specific this specific map, was that oftentimes if defenders want to find success, they're going to have to fight the attackers at the peripheries, spread out over that top floor, try to fight them before they get into the building, because if they can establish a foothold somewhere in that top floor, they'll have a much easier time trying to break into the bomb site.
Yeah, the 3 bomb sites that you will see get played quite frequently will be that command office and bathroom bomb site upstairs, along with dorms games upstairs. You will see waiting room and cafe. You will likely not see hammam and sitting room because, well, it's been played a grand total of 1 time and it was won by the attackers. Again, the speculation was it would be one of the worst competitive bomb sites in the entire game. Now, most of the action on this map will be occurring on the top floor. It's typically the way that most maps work, but it is especially so on a map like Fortress. No surprise that you immediately see everybody upstairs with that command office and bathroom bomb site leading the way. A lot of similarities to the old Fortress if you ever played this game recreationally, casually, competitively, even back when Fortress wasn't ranked years and years and years ago. You will see this map and realize, oh, it's actually not that different. But it is quite a fun map to play, and it's an even more enjoyable map to watch.
And so we are seeing a lot of that spreading out being done by Elevate. You saw 2 players, Ion and Stemp, extending towards the south, over towards Games Room and Dormitory. That's where these players are going to be first trying to fight this entry point where they can stop Wildcard from getting into the building. And Wildcard do look like they want to go for the full map clear. They've got a couple players north side, but really it does look like the south part of the map towards Games and Dorms is going to be where Wildcard try to make their entry. That means Stemp and Ion should be the first point of contact, and then after they waste some time, maybe they get some kills, maybe they die, maybe they fall back. Eventually, those site players will start to see some action, but expect Ion and Stemp to be the real duo that starts this round off for Elevate.
Oh my! Stemp gets pressured by Dash as he breaks on in through vending. Now looks towards the bomb site, not far removed. Sitting at that game's door, 2 separate players in this position, and Ion goes for broke. Wildcard have killed everybody.
GG! Baby Shark kau ni memang tak boleh belah lah, Baby Shark.
Minute of action. Raps is getting harassed by Bay's Twitch drone, and that's some gall to lower your shield staring directly at your opponent. Wildcard seem to understand the mission.
Baby Shark, sabar Baby Shark.
First round on Fortress.
Genuinely, maybe the fastest round of the 6th Invitational, Parker. I don't know what the exact final time on the clock was, but we were definitely under 2 minutes when we ended out the first map. Really fast pace being set by a Wildcard. 1:42.
Gila lah geng. Macam mana?
When Wildcard walk away with the victory. They did exactly what we expected. They enter through the opposite side of the top floor. They pressure those roamers in the south side. A couple of Elevate players really tried to go and help. We saw Psycho, I think, most obviously trying to move down towards the south to help Stemp and Ion, but in the end, the shots were too clean from Baby Shark. The speed was too fast from Dash. They did a great job of exploding through that top floor.
I mean, if there was a lack of familiarity with this site or this map across all play, then Elevate will seriously struggle. I mean, typically, it is easier to defend on the new maps.
Yes.
You very correctly pointed out that almost every time a new map is added to the map pool, it tends to be defender-sided. Fortress is no exception, even though the consensus again was that it's going to be more favorable turf for attackers, and you just saw how easy it is to get to the bomb site and exert influence over the round as Wildcard did. You still have to imagine that Elevate will just ride out the easier side. It is harder to attack in Rainbow Six Siege across the board, even with all the buffs the attackers received recently. The defenders still typically have the advantage. Will Elevate be able to make up for lost time? We will find out. But again, top floor will be the focus for most of this map, and no surprise, we're looking at a top floor hold yet again.
Yeah, and it's the same push from Wildcard too. Last time the bomb site was in the north, so they enter south, clear through the top floor. Now the bomb site's in the south towards games and dorms, so Wildcard enter north side. They're going to go in through the old tower, try to make their way into the office here, which is what the breach has just been made, and try to take space with this blitz, which is exactly what Dash did last time, Parker. We're in a slightly different site, but the game plan is identical for Wildcard.
It's part of the map used to be referred to as horse and cannon, if people recall, and now it's just horse, as the cannon, I think, has been removed. They are demilitarizing Fortress. I think that's very cool of them. Very peaceful, very peaceful people.
Yes, as the Fortress name implies, which has been good for the reputation.
Certainly not a name associated with war. No, not whatsoever. And we cannot have cannons, but we can have horses. Majestic creatures, aren't they? Now, inside a bathroom, looking for a vault on over to get closer to this site, waiting for the smoke of Raps to get a bit aggressive. It's not really the operator you want leading the charge. Out goes the gas canister, and Psycho from below has a pretty decent angle here. He might be able to assist his teammates. Double hard breach being brought in the Maverick and the Ace onto the same wall, and now a nade will go out. Raps is just existing in this spot as he continues to flip between. Step almost losing his feet to a drone hole. That's one thing that if you don't have familiarity with the map, you might be a little caught off guard with. Where are the drone holes? Ion first casualty. He's gone. Azami is gone. 45 seconds remain, and Wildcard has the advantage.
3 in the site, Psycho down below. They've got to find these anchors, and they've got to find them fast, Parker.
Push, please. Siapa nak push? Kau tak boleh siapa
Quite a bit
push.
of control early, but this execute now needs to be clean.
And Dash is going to lead the way, looking for the double vault over to the A-bomb site. Bay, another kill. Elevate yet to get a single frag, and it will continue to go in against them. They've gotten Dash down, and Raps will collect. He needs another. No, a single kill through 2 rounds for Elevate as Wildcard makes very quick work of these first 2 rounds.
Really like that call from Wildcard.
Mega,
so much time kind of over towards briefing. That's where we were watching Dash for the entirety of that late round. But Dash was all alone. As the Blitz, he was solo.
Mas dá uma baixadinha nesse mic aí, porque esse nariz já é condicionado.
Tá me estressando pra caralho, essa expressão do caralho.
Não sei também, mas ô guys, vocês falaram de pegar trap,
Bincão.
faz o jogo com mais trap, mano. Ela,
Todo
Lesion,
mundo
porra toda.
sério,
Os caras estiverem jogando splitadinho, igual eles estão fazendo pelo menos no time Desert, a gente vai ter mais espaço de mapa e o Shield não vai jogar, mano. Olha o ban dos caras. Clash tem na área, full pra Shield. Tô nem aí com qualquer comp original, mano. Só pega os bonecos, velho. Lesion, pega ela, pega Fenrir, pega os bonecos chatos, tá ligado? Aí vocês ficam suave no mundo, fica suave nesses time de exec.
É isso mesmo, vambora.
Acho.
Vamos cozinhar agora ou vamos voltar pra cima?
Não, volta pra cima, mano. Volta pra cima pegando as trap. Depois vocês descem cozinha.
Tá, mas vamos se movimentar um pouco mais rápido, a gente tá lendo muito devagar um round, mano.
Couldn't have said it better myself.
You've been waiting on that one, haven't you?
I have.
Here, from the top down, you can actually see Dash all alone. It was really this coordination of Bay and Spiker working through the main hallway, getting their spot inside of dorms. I think it was a great distraction play from the Blitz, and I don't know if that's part of what Hugzord wanted to talk about in the TAC timeout, but Wildcard have consistently on these top floors been going for the full clears. They didn't really try to fight them early in that second round on Elevate. As we continue to bounce back and forth between the top 4 bomb sites, that's going to be something that we need to watch the evolution of. How do Elevate respond to Wildcard's early map pressure that they're taking on the opposite side of the top floor?
Yeah, pretty quick to get into the site on both rounds so far, and now we'll go back over to the Commander bathroom bomb site. That was seen the first time around.
5 seconds left.
Just looking at the numbers here, again, on opening picks, Wildcard have been doing a great job of striking first. Conversion rates really good on both maps. On Border, again, of the 11 rounds played 8 times, 8 of those 11 rounds were won by the team that got the opening pick. On Nighthaven Labs, on 10 rounds, it was 8 rounds as well that saw the first pick go in favor of the eventual winners. And then the same now has happened on Fortress both times. But that is more so that Elevate has a single kill through 2 rounds.
Yeah.
Elevate should get 2 kills this round, and the next round they should get 3 kills. And by round 6, they will finally get all 5 kills and hopefully win.
Well, in an attempt to try to get more kills than just that, Stemp has moved off the Wamai over to the Legion. That's the only change in the setup, this time being brought by Elevate. That's, of course, a response to Dash, who's been playing on shields every single round. He's hoping that if they get rushed quickly once again by that shield operator, he'll be able to slow him down with some of those goo mines. The push has been slower, I think, inherently by Wildcard, just because they're taking a little bit longer to drone things out, a little bit longer to open these walls and pressure these players.
There's Old Tower is where Dash is positioned. He's heading up the stairs. They've opened up that one single panel into games. That's where Legion is currently playing Ion with the opening pick. And that's Elevate getting on the board first. It's been a long time since you can say they've done that, and this will be the first time on Fortress that they pull it off. Baby Shark taking some damage. Spiker has as well, and there goes Kansan and Ion from the same position. Now Spiker is in the ground.
Hey,
Timeout seemingly working very well. Hugzor and Co. able to steady this team. Resets with a slow peek. Down goes Bay and Baby Shark with the only kill so far. Very nearly a flawless round for Elevate this time. Really low scoring affairs for the teams that ultimately lose the round. Only a single kill for Wildcard as Elevate get on the board.
You mentioned Baby Shark taking damage in the midst of that, Parker, and I'm not sure if we were able to see it, but he was actually walking through barbed wire on the opposite side of the map, creeping up white stairs in the northwest. The rest of his team pushing through the south, and I think without that pressure that Baby Shark applies, without that raw aim and quick pace that Baby Shark brings to a lot of these pushes, he fell a little bit flat on Wildcard's clear of the bottom floor. In the 1vx, Baby Shark was actually in control of the bomb site. He was sitting inside of Office, but in the end, without the defuse kit, there was nothing he could really do from that clutch position. All of Elevate left the bomb site to go fight the Wildcard players down here towards games, towards the old tower. They did a really great job of coordinating through these angles, hitting some really nice shots, and stopping the aggression before it could really begin.
Reloading.
That was tough. And you know, Baby Shark wants that one back. Not that it would have made much of a difference at all, but I mean, it was still very much there. Is this Waiting Room Cafe? Yes, it is. Down on the main floor. We will go for the first time this bomb site will emerge.
Whoa.
This bomb site has been played 10 times so far at SI, and it has been won 8 of those 10 times by the defenders. Statistically, one of the most defender-sided sites in the entire map pool at this point in time. And I mean, it's not even that low of a sample size. 10 plays is, well, it's not terrible. Obviously, when you get to some of the maps that are played more frequently, you're going to see 25, 30 times that they've been played. But for 10 and 8 of those 10 rounds to be won by the defenders, you start to get a good idea of how this bomb site is approached. Again, expect a top floor clear before transitioning down below, and that's why you can see Elevate, unsurprisingly, have put players on the top floor to hold against Wildcard.
Shouldn't be a huge shock that Wildcard, at least early on, seemed like one of the best Fortress teams at this event. It was played in a North American Last Chance qualifier, far more than it was in any other regions. Of course, the SILCQs were the only time in pro-level competition that we've been able to see Fortress before SI. We'll have to see if that maybe North American meta is a little bit farther evolved than some of the other regions. Elevate showing off maybe some of the APAP meta that has been establishing on this map, which does include extending up just a little bit with a couple of these players, Stemp, Ion, and Psycho, all hard committing to top, as you were just saying, Parker. I like the drones to come out from Wildcard, though. They once again seem like they want to clear through the entirety of this top floor. Sometimes you can get cheeky with just a little bit of a plant in through medical down on the south side, just inside of kitchen, but with that wall looking like it's fully reinforced and electrified, it is not going to be a simple task. I think going top is the correct play.
Yeah. Resets right now inside of Infirmary, holding true. Right above him is that portion of games that has a destructible floor. Dash eliminating Stamp out with the first kill. It comes at almost the exact halfway point of this round. Ion was terrific in the previous round, but he is a man who is dead to rights as he gets
Mampu tak
swarmed
pergi
by
tu.
Wildcard on the top
Dah
floor.
kena kepung
They've
macam
got a
tu.
decent amount of control. Psycho will now have to take up the position at some point as he and Resets have descended to the top, leaving presumably just Raps down in the B bomb site, but Resets taking no prisoners. Again,
tiga
this
sama dah.
panel
Aduh.
that looks over to the staircase in Old Tower was where Ion got most of his kills. That's where Resets was also to act as a surprise factor.
Oi, dekat.
Raps gunning down Kansan, and what Wildcard had given themselves early in the round is now completely gone. The number count swinging in favor of Elevate. Bay and Baby Shark are in serious trouble.
Not really connected.
Aduh, Kat.
Not able to get that trade.
Dah elok tadi 4-2, 4-3.
On a default cam, except no, I believe that was hacked out, so don't have to worry about that, I suppose. But even still, with the shots ringing out, they'll know where he's at.
Bay looking for kills 4, 5, and 6, and he won't get any of them. Psycho, a huge round from everybody on Elevate. The 3 remaining players all putting in work. Resets with 2, Raps, Psycho, all on the board, and a team effort will propel Elevate to their second round, tying us through 4.
It's kind of funny that the top floor bombs.
Okay, guys, just listen to me for the 2 next rounds, right? Now it's probably gonna pick bugs, correct? One thing that we can do, I think we can do the fast. Now is the moment. It's a good moment to do it. The fast meeting. Remember, Jake and Dash jump the jump. I don't think it's gonna be opposite. Even if it is, bro, it is not that common. Let's say, and we didn't do. I think it's good. No, the fast meeting. Okay. What I think, guys, after they come back from, probably gonna pick from next round, right? We can do the split that you guys said, but let's do the composition. Deimos, Doka, and Lion. Dash on Deimos, so he can track the guy on Vanny, so that they have the attention. And probably can be split with 2 minutes. That's split fast, okay? Mainly for you, Jake. Probably you can find a gap early round on tower. Make sure can play our operator, can play our stuff more. Then you can play a little bit faster, but play the triple operators, okay? Deimos, Lion, and Doka, and make sure to do fast. Especially if you see the gap, go for the gap, okay, guys?
Wanting some speed there from Lagonis. He wants a couple of specific operators, the Deimos, the Dokkaebi, the Lion, track down some of these players, don't let them move. I believe that was more for round 6 when they expect to see the bathroom office bomb site return. And first, of course, we've got to go through dorms and games. No sitting room bomb sites just yet coming through this matchup. But yeah, it really does feel like some of these top floor bomb sites, despite being stronger on paper, despite being theorized as stronger for the defenders, that kitchen bomb site was by far the best round that we've seen from Elevate so far. So maybe the initial wisdom is incorrect, and we will see kitchen cafeteria evolve to be that primary bomb site in the site, or maybe Wildcard just don't have as many reps practicing attacking that site, and well, it's just that they're a little bit more proficient as a specific team attacking through the top floor.
All right, so they will head back upstairs. Shocker. I have enjoyed watching Fortress. I will go on record.
Have you? Good. I have fun when you have fun.
That's just to watch me deal with it.
What the clutch, bro?
So it's possible that Elevate said, well, if they're going to go for a single clear in that direction, let's spread out a little bit. Now that they understand the way that Wildcard are going about this, they might be ready for it.
Yeah, this is still going to be a really scary attack that's coming through from Wildcard, don't get me wrong. Seems like they've got a good idea of how they want to attack with this. They said if you see a gap hidden, this is going to be the hit.
Shield coming in as Dash looks to charge his way forward. The Blitz was banned out, so you've got to pick something else. No shields available for Elevate beyond Fuse Shield and the Blackbeard, so that's what Dash will choose. Raps guns down Dash, but there are the guns from Wildcard working to great effect yet again. And it's another very quick round.
Dia kena rush,
And Psycho and Raps are the last 2 standing. Make that just Psycho as Raps dies while mid-sentence. 4 bodies still up from Wildcard, encroaching upon Psycho in this position. He's about to run out of ammo, but he runs out of time first.
Dia kena rush juga, combo lah, agresif sikit lah Wildcard.
Rushing into the site. And down goes Psycho. Wildcard regaining the lead. All of these rounds won by Wildcard have been so fast.
Yeah, they've really been able to pick up the pace on this attacker-sided map of Fortress, and I gotta give credit to both the combo of Bay and Dash in that round. Bay obviously hitting some beautiful shots, that DMR singing for one of Wildcard's best players, the entry fragger. But Dash on the shield, don't forget to credit this guy too. Whilst he hasn't been putting up the biggest numbers so far today, he's 2-4 after the death in round 5. I really think his distraction on both the Blitz and the Blackbeard on almost all of these attacks have made a big difference for a Wildcard. Didn't really play shields back when he was a part of that W7M team. That was always Dots' role. He was the shield guy on that squad, was asked to play a bit more of that shield play when he moved on to this wildcard team, and I think he's taken to it really, really well. Even just the evolution of his shield play from earlier in the season to late has been excellent to watch from Dash.
Dash is a player who entered this series as the lowest rated on the squad, and that really shouldn't surprise anybody if you know how this team plays and you've seen Dash play. These are sentences that we have said time and time again, right? Baby Shark was also struggling with his numbers prior to the start of this series, but he entered in a three-way tie with Spiker and Kansan at 31 kills apiece. I'd already talked about how Spiker had the second best kill differential on this team. Well, Baby Shark was +9. Spiker was +10. Kansan is +12. So relatively evenly split across all of them. Bay sitting in 4th place between Dash and Spiker. So honestly, Dash's numbers aren't terrible for what he does, and he plays a really hard role.
Oh, absolutely.
He will swap over, and now he's playing on Grim. Utility-heavy ops that are a key component of these executes, and anybody who has played or watched competitive Rainbow Six knows how tough Dash's role can be.
Well, Bay spotting out one of those thorn traps. This is what Resets has decided to move on to after his Azami got banned. Resets playing in the horse position right now, kind of inside of that hallway between horse and white stairs. This push from Elevate, or from Wildcard I should say, doesn't seem like it's that same full clear from the south side of the map. Instead, a Candela gets tossed into the hall. Doesn't prompt an immediate push from Spiker, but it starts to draw those defenders back, and now the lone player of Dash can start making his way through the south all by himself.
And he's going to benefit from these logic bombs, at least giving him a sigh of relief that nobody is nearby. Even if he can't follow up with a kill there, Jesse, you know that he doesn't have to deal with anybody. Oh my goodness, what was going on with Spiker there, missing one player as the Thorn of Resets looks to have gotten away. Bay on the board first, Ion with 2, Spiker guns down Ion, so no more from that sentry. Now it's all up to Resets and Stem. 3v2 for Wildcard with about a minute to go. Spiker will get the plant down, or at least start it. And Stemp and Resets shove him off of his position. No, there's some reluctance on for good reason. They have lost full control. Resets doing some damage to Bay. Bay and Baby Shark both sitting at 8 kills apiece. Quite an impressive tally. They can easily add more as there's 2 players from Elevate still remaining. Baby Shark takes care of Resets. Stemp searching for his first kill. He can't find it just yet. Good patience from Wildcard. They sit alone, all staring in different directions. Diffuser still running away. The Stemp will have to make a choice. Do you go for kills? Do you go for the case? Kills are what he's looking for. Looking to give Bay number 9. Won't get it. Stemp finds his first kill, but Timer will give the round to Wildcard. The first half will go 4-2 as Stem almost gets all 3. Baby Shark survives to the very end, but either way, the Timer was going to give it to Wildcard. That's the first half in the books.
Yeah, and I think a great push to end things out from Wildcard. They really came from 5 different directions. I think every player entered the building in a different form, splitting their forces, theorizing that maybe those Elevate players wouldn't be able to catch them as they entered into the building, and they were correct. Really, in the 3v2, when Spiker was getting that plant down, I expected some aggression from Elevate. I expected somebody to step up and try to stop that plant, or at least fight them when they were in the 2v2, but they really waited until that plant was already down before we started to see guys like Stemp and also Resets go for those kills. You saw the sarcastic "well played" being put into chat after that one, and I think maybe some eyes do need to look over towards Stemp, because despite going 12-6 back on Border, the MVP of the only map that Elevate have won at the 6 Invitational, Stemp really didn't have any impact in that first half. A couple of kills in a meaningless phase of the round to close out the final one, but even still, Stemp being absent feels like a big change up between maps 1 and then 2 and 3. In maps 2 and 3, Stemp has 6 kills. Wow. That's half of what he already had on map 1.
12 kills in map 1, 18 kills total across all 3 maps. So I'm able to fall off, and yet still Stemp has the most kills on his team. Admittedly, he's tied with resets at this point in time, but they all have way more deaths. What will skew those numbers is
go,
the
dekat
fact
defense
that
pula,
it was
tengok
one
macam mana.
round quicker on map 2 and the lead that Wildcard has now here on map number 3.
Yeah.
So you can't just look at it and go, well, they each won a map. Of course, the numbers are going to be relatively even. There is no negative kill differential on Wildcard.
Wow.
Every player is at +0 or above. Bay is currently +13. There is no player positive on Elevate. They are either at +0, which is Stemp, or they are all negative, Raps being -12.
Wow.
So, and again, Raps did come in as the lowest rated player. He plays that, again, he plays the same role that Dash does, or at least very similar. They use him very similarly, and because of that, you expect him to die way more often than he's going to get kills.
Watch this!
But still, you got to be a little frustrated if you're Elevate, because there really isn't that much daylight score-wise between these teams to suggest that Elevate's numbers are so bad.
Wow, this is going to be Wildcard's first time defending in almost 24 hours. We'll get to see their take on this map. Denari left unbanned. Elevate not thinking it is as big of a threat as Wildcard did, so we'll see it coming out.
Mampus, shotgun lang, shotgun.
With all Candles in his pocket, he eats an impact and gets brought even lower, but does survive outside of the Horus hallway. Still fights on white stairs, and that's going to be Step drawing first blood.
And Step will now go positive with that kill. So hey, I mean, at least that's quite beneficial. Good for him.
Gila, main shotgun dia tackle semua main
19
shotgun
kills to his name, trying to make up for all that lost time. And I mean, Spiker's numbers have gone down quite a bit as well. At one point, I think he was 6-0 or 5-0 or something along those lines, or 4-1, all the way back on border. Spiker's not been able to do much since then, but he's let the rest of the team lead the way. Gunning down Raps as the push in from Elevate is not working out very effectively. A Nitro Cell will also claim Psycho. 2 players now looking on white stairs, and the most of Stemp runs up with the shotgun in hand. Both the Wamai and the Valk are there for good measure. We'll trade back and forth, leaving Elevate with just a single player. Resets to 1v3.
Whoa.
Nice shot to take out Bay, but more work to be done.
Yeah, Dash Baby Shark are guarding the diffuser at top white. We see it on the ground now. They've each got a different angle that they are watching. Resets has to play this so perfectly with DMR. This is a really tough spot. You kind of need somebody like Dash or Baby Shark to make a mistake.
Resets does not have the case, so there's not much he can do, and they will hold that crossfire. He'll now reposition through Office. He's got an idea of where they are, and he just misses out on the rotate. The way that this wall goes in and out.
Gila lah.
Super shorty pulled out by Dash.
Dia pandai jaga.
Its mark. Another round for Wildcard. They're 2 away from toppling Elevate.
Didn't work out, but I kind of like the idea from Elevate in that round. They were going for a bit of a blitz rush in through what you could call the knife window, just beside the bomb site there outside of Office. It almost worked, except for the fact that they kind of whiffed the smoke. Psycho and that smoke placement left a bit of a gap so that they playing inside of Force was able to see the back of the blitz of Raps. As he was jumping in that window, it led to a free kill on the blitz, and the second their blitz dies, the second your Ying dies, that push kind of loses all of its legs. Cool idea, nice little rush strategy that Wildcard likely were not expecting, but they adapted to it really nicely. And maybe you could even make the argument that they kind of futzed around on that window for so long, that Wildcard eventually got wise as to what was going to come.
And Wildcard are doing a really good job of reading the situation through this map and making changes. Again, with Elevate, it's always tough, or at least it has always been tough here at the 6 Invitational. To answer the question, is this Elevate struggling with a map they're not familiar with? Or is this Elevate being Elevate? Because again, their average round total was 3 rounds heading into this series. Now, obviously, they pushed that number up by winning 7 rounds in the very first map, but take a look at what the scoreline was in map 2, 3 rounds.
Yeah.
They're at 2 rounds here now on this map, and they're on the worst side, at the moment at least, on numbers for the remainder of Fortress. So I don't know how much higher Elevate is going to be able to get this total based on what we've seen. Does that Flores drone not look like it was going a lot slower than usual?
I was honestly looking at the top-down POV.
It did. It looks fine now. But at the beginning, it certainly looked like it was going a little too slow. I was get taken back by that.
Sometimes you gotta refuel your drones. You know, sometimes players do forget to do that. That's an important part of the prep phase, is making sure your drones are fully fueled. So Ion maybe just not putting enough in there. Complete lie, of course. None of that makes any sense in the context of this game. Good spot of the Mira and followed up on by Resets. Hits the head onto Kansan.
Aduh, siap. Member baru letak bom terus tembak.
Shots. Both the Mira windows are placed close to sight. This one into the bathroom. The other one was placed also facing from games into dorms, more on the south side.
Flames will go off and Resets, eliminating Bay. First kill on the board for Wildcard. Comes to the hands of Spiker as Ion dies. Oh my goodness, he's so close.
What the?
Smash finished off.
Wait.
There's damage being done to Resets, or from Resets, but he can't secure it. Now Baby Shark's the last one left on Wildcard, charging his way upstairs. Avoiding that pipe as it's about to burst. Doing some damage to Resets. Diffuse getting planted. He needs to be worried about Psycho. And that explosion around him.
Woi, boleh. Boleh, alamak. Kau hit fire tadi.
How many near clutches for Wildcard in this
Dia
series?
kalau hit fire tadi settle mah.
Panning out.
Dia tak hit fire. Kalau dia fire dia dapat tu.
Of denying Wildcard those late round heroics. And map point, series point for Wildcard will have to wait another round.
We see strong droning coming through from Elevate in that round. Some strong DMR play as well, of course, with the couple of kills that came in from Resets. I love how fast they were able to work off that drone information. Ion sees the Mira of Kansan and immediately Resets is in there to get a kill. He got a nice little two-piece in the midst of that round that opens things up. It created that gap that that Elevate were looking for. And the rest of the Wildcard players in a scramble to get back to site, caught by the fire pipes that they didn't shoot in the prep phase, caught a little bit by their own Mira windows that were blown open by the Twitch drone as well. Really cool little attack coming through from Elevates. Twice now, and once with a success, once with a failure. We've seen them go for these pretty explosive, direct-to-site takes, while Wildcard started their attacking half with a lot of full map clears. Elevate have gone the complete opposite direction and have started their attacks with very direct site hits that will try to catch Wildcard off guard.
Yeah, I mean, creativity is what you need on a new map, and it's going to take some time for the lay of the land on Fortress to settle down, Jesse. The one thing I love when a new map, because again, Fortress is not new, but it did get reworked. The one thing I love when a new map comes into the map pool is watching teams evolve in real time. The bomb sites that are seen as most viable will likely change. The rotation of sites will likely change.
Amalah, wicket. Boleh, wicket.
To deal with these bomb sites will likely change. And while the meta's pretty static at the moment, you know, you usually need a shield operator, you usually need an anti-flank operator, you need at least one of those nuisance or enabler ops like a Lion, a Dokkaebi, etc. You need hard breach, etc. You're kind of like locked in at the moment. Sure. But with a map like Fortress, you can see teams bring operators you don't see all that frequently, like Gridlock, like Ash, two ops that aren't really a staple in the meta on most maps.
Yeah, well, it'll be really cool to see what Elevate want to do with this Gridlock. Just the fact that they've got this, they've got the Monty, they've got the Grid. I wonder how interested they actually are in clearing the top floor, because you could just throw track stingers there on the old tower stairs. You could walk your Monty in through laundry. You could start to take control of some of these other bottom floor positions. We see Resets already in showers, so starting to take some map control down there on the first floor, whereas we're not really as concerned with what's happening up above. Catching Kansan on a flank with the window being opened up above him. There is maybe potential to catch him for a kill too, but always awkward trying to capitalize on this information. They did a great job of that last time. Hoping to do so again.
Fortress has been very quick from both of these teams. Obviously, Wildcard setting a breakneck pace, Jesse. We're waiting for the all clear now as these mute jammers are slowing them down, but they are set up just outside of the radius mute, receiving a pretty decent sized nerf. I think you can be safe to say at the start of Operation Tenfold Pursuit. And with it, his pick rate has dropped dramatically, and his use case has also dropped dramatically. Kansan with the drive-by on the Psycho and removes him from existence. I don't even know if Psycho saw him on his screen. That was really quite something. A nice tentative pre-fire, though, that had come out and done some damage to Kansan. It leaves Raps all alone without his chaperone.
I mean, that was gross, Parker. They spent the entire round trying to kill Kansan just for him to style on them and then hit the shotty on the stem. I think Kansan's just won them this round.
And Resets is gone, leaving Wildcard in a 5v2. looking for the knockout punch.
Well cut. Well cut. Well
Out
cut.
goes the smoke, and Raps is all on his lonesome now. Will confront the Legion of Dash, and the rest of Wildcard will circle him up. Dash gets the final kill, and that's going to be series point now for Wildcard.
Come on,
It took Jangan a long time to realize he was on a drone, but once he finally figured that out, they had a drone at the top of the old stairs and at the bottom of the old stairs. From that position, Jangan was able to work some ridiculous shots onto the window, which we witnessed, dropping down into laundry to get that frag as well. I mean, it's hard to overstate just how focused Elevate were on clearing Jangan out, only for him to do what he just did. So they might have nerfed Mute, but you can't really nerf Jangan, one of the best players in the history of North American Rainbow Six Siege, 4th highest rated player through this event so far, and firing on all cylinders in round number 9.
You're going to say round number 6 because Wildcard just got 6 rounds.
I was.
It's okay, Jesse. It's okay. It's a new map.
Numbers are new to me, honestly. Numbers are hard.
You should consider going into mathology.
Maybe I will.
I feel like you'd be really good.
Hopefully.
It's nice to see these teams work through this, but I mean, again, Wildcard have played this map before, so there is some familiarity.
Mm-hmm.
I like the head tilt that Baby Shark does after a big round.
Yeah.
Every time he gets a big round, he always wobbles his head. I quite like that.
I'm a little surprised to see a Clash ban coming out from Elevate, because it was only brought a single time by Dash. That was on the second bomb site of Dorms and Games.
Yeah.
And that, you know, it's fine to ban a Clash, a strong operator. But I think Mira has been really impactful in the midst of this, too. They've played Mira on both top 4 bomb sites. It's such a strong operator here on Fortress as well. I guess they've dealt with it pretty well with the twist drones from resets, but you got to imagine Wildcard will be looking out for those a little bit more with how much Twitch has been played on the top floor. So interested to see that getting taken out by Elevate. The Ying ban, I think, is absolutely critical from Wildcard, because that was almost devastating the last time they went to this bomb site.
Ying has been very, very good in this entire series. If you go all the way back to that Nighthaven Labs as well, you remember all of the Ying play that was coming in. Another one of those enabler ops, another one of those, what we've called nuisance ops. I don't know if the pros ever call them nuisance ops. I don't think they do, but it was something that I remember hearing. I think it was Dezichu used for the first time, and I just said, that's really good, yoink, and I use it. But yeah, I mean, terrific operator, able to cleave through this site. Elevate will respond by bringing a Dokkaebi and a Deimos, so they've got their own enabler / nuisance ops that will be able to help. And Ion had used his first death mark really early to figure out where Baby Shark is. They use a logic bomb for a 1-2 punch, and then the Twitch drone of resets will work its way closer to the bomb site, guiding the Deimos of Ion in.
There's that mirror window I was talking about too. They could have banned it out. They've actually got it double stacked there around briefing, so good opportunity for Jangan. It's Bay who strikes first onto Psycho. They've given a lot of ground up to Elevate for free. No real hold towards the game's dorm side of this map. Instead, they're just grouping up inside the site, and of course, Baby Shark, as we see, down on the bottom floor, caught by a drone and caught by a gun. Bay falls too, and the man advantage leans Elevate.
And a Dash taking some serious damage. This is not a great round for Wildcard. If you recall, it was the last time that they went here. Elevate suffered through that early engagement. Spiker goes for a peek. He has no choice but to do so. And looks over towards...
Joga a perninha mandando passinho pra lá e pra cá. Jogadinha do Paquetá.
Tell new subscribe two black mirrors for him to deal with. Down goes Ion, and that also gets rid of that death mark. He takes down Stemp. Resets will get Diffuser down, so Jangan will go into the post plant. Oh, just missing out on Raps' aggression. With the mirror.
Come on.
Secondary
oh,
shot.
What?
Another failed clutch for Wildcard. Are they 0 for 4 in these clutches? Oh, whoa, to be a Wildcard fan. Elevate wins the round. Wildcard still sits on series point. But a great execute from Elevate that nearly falls apart, ultimately carries through to a win.
In my heart, I believed he had the clutch. In the deepest depths of my heart, I thought Jangan was going to do it. We've seen him do ridiculous things on land before. He's famous for his clutches, and in the 1v4, he was hitting every shot, looked so clean. But in the end, Elevate do manage to play through with it. It was a great round start to finish, up until things almost went south for them.
Joga a perninha mandando passinho pra lá e pra cá. Jogadinha do Paquetá.
Aladdin, you subscribed
Once they
YouTube.
have the two-man lead, just waiting for the swings, not overcomplicating things. Hold your angles. You know Wildcard are going to get greedy, swing out to try to equalize that man count. So why not just wait and punish them while they do so?
10 seconds remaining.
We stop the momentum briefly for Wildcard. They lose what is the primary bomb site on this map. Now they have to go to a site that they lost previously. I mean, things have been kind of going back and forth in terms of the round win count, but if they can do what they did last time attacking on dorms and games, Elevate could make this a scary match for Wildcard.
Yeah, I don't really think there's as much of a gulf between them now as there was before. I mean, I guess the benefit here is that Wildcard can play whichever site they want if things continue to go bad to worse.
True.
And again, the defenders do have an upper hand on this map, but Elevate have shown some moments of brilliance, especially in that last round. The only problem with Elevate is they've been unable to replicate it in back-to-back rounds, right? Even the rounds where they won back-to-back across all three of these maps, a lot of times they do get a leg up from Wildcard doing something silly, maybe an early peek, maybe being way out of position, maybe knowing that there's drones and still overstaying their welcome, despite the fact that Elevate have done a good job of scouting you out.
Rateros, come quiet!
The Ratero has gone quiet.
I heard that. That was very loud. Sometimes the voice lines are really good. You remember the old IQ? Twitch stroke going out! It would blow out your ears.
Yeah.
Well, I don't think we need that intel that bad.
The push has been pretty direct from Elevate, as many of their attacks have been. A lot of these players still just working kind of, I mean, they've got the wall open into bunks. That is the bomb site being played for this round. They do still have pressure over towards Catwalk.
Vamos lá, mesh one.
Pressuring from north, but a lot
Agad,
of this
kasusah
focus
pun.
has just been straight into bunks. Stems sitting outside the doorway, flashes come through, and here comes the play.
And they'll trade back and forth, but here's Wildcard now taking advantage in a very crucial round. Match on the line. When this series is done, Elevate are done at the 6th Invitational. You'd like to go out on a win, but sometimes it's not up to you. Again, you can do everything right on your side and still ultimately come up empty-handed and lose. 3v3. Dash on limited HP. This is very winnable for Elevate, Jesse.
Yeah, Baby Shark caught on a flank. He was trying to run through the first floor, but I think seen on a
What the
drone, it's
defense?
an easy pick off by Psycho. This man count has gotten to a scary spot for Wildcard. The time is on their side. DiffuseKit is also not with the bulk of these players. They're going to have to retrieve it. The time's going to be even lower when they eventually try for a plant.
Have to worry about the clock. There's Dash again, peeking the window. I am so confused sometimes at what Wildcard does. When you're in a 3v3, you don't need to be challenging this. Psycho scout for intel and
Kenapa
get
kau
a good
challenge?
lead on these defenders inside the site. They now repositioning, trying to get the cross, maybe find an opening that they weren't expecting. Stemp on a single point of HP, getting the diffuser down. Psycho will cover. Spiker softening up. Ion, there's Bay trying to pressure in. Psycho still in this strong spot. Stem gets diffuser down. Elevate now with the advantage, not just in numbers, but also objective. Stemp dies. Bay and Spiker in a 2v2. Clock now finding 10 seconds gone. Benefiting Elevate. Wildcard have got to go, Jesse. Spiker still twisting around side by side with Bay. They see the defuse kit. They need to double up on the window. Bay sitting on this point. Ion is in a position they weren't expecting. Spiker with one. Could we see another clutch? Will they finally make it work with the match on the line? No! Psycho does it. Another failed attempt from Wildcard, and we will go all the way in regulation.
Wildcard, I mean, it's an exciting end to the game. I appreciate that as a broadcaster.
Come on,
but for
Wildcard.
their fans, they've got to settle this game down, Parker. They had the advantage in that round. The 4v3, time was low, diffuser was dropped, everything screamed in that round that Wildcard would be walking away with the victory. But then Baby Shark decides he's going to flank. He gets caught on a drone, shut down by Psycho. Dash goes for a peek. He goes for a little swing that feels unnecessary. And without the man advantage, Elevate were just able to work that plant in. The last two players, frankly, did not have the positioning that they needed to win that round. With the man advantage stolen back by Elevate, they did everything correctly. The post flank gets traded. I mean, the window play is perfect. You cannot keep relying on these hero plays. Somebody gets aggressive, somebody swings, man count goes away.
Wait, what got defend?
Forced into that situation over and over again. Wildcard I want to see them play calm, Parker. I want to see them go back to basics for this last round. If they get in their own
10
heads,
seconds remaining.
lose round 12, lose in overtime, and then fall to elevate,
5
in
seconds
what
left
should be the
before
freest game of the tournament for Wildcard, I mean, that would be a massive blunder to commit on the biggest stage.
It would be. Furia's already played today. They beat Daystar in that thrilling 2-1 that occurred just before we went live here on the A stream with Elevate Wildcard. Furia does play Wildcard tomorrow, and that will be for ultimately who finishes first in the groups. Now, Wildcard could easily do it. And they just took out Ion in the first 20 seconds. But again, somebody who's smarter than me needs to tell me, why does Wildcard keep doing this? Why do they keep trying to spawn peek? Whether it works or not. I don't see other teams doing this. Is it a lack of respect for Elevate? Is it a lack of familiarity they think Elevate might have with this map? Is it not smarter to just sit and play safe?
I do think that spawn peak is relatively safe. You're on the horse door. I mean, they've got to walk up those stairs. The second you see them, you shoot, and you either get out or you hit the shots. Ion does die for it, so it works out for Wildcard. It's the mid-round aggression that I'm a little more critical of, Parker. They've got a man advantage now, Wildcard do. They need to do everything in their power to keep this. And at least for now, that apparently means giving up the top floor. Allowing Elevate to take this space above the bomb site, saying feel free to use your, well, not use your RAM as we've killed that, but use any other soft destruction you might have. Reload! This is going to allow Elevate to waste their own time. It's kind of what I was hoping to see from Wildcard. That pick onto the RAM was absolutely huge.
We're a little worried about Resets' HP.
Certainly.
He takes down that castle barricade. The position is no.
Woo!
Only needed to hit the tiniest
Dah,
part
chill,
of
chill,
him.
chill.
Shutting
Jangan
down
kelang
Psycho,
kabut.
and it might
Kau dah
be
dua
an
dah, chill, chill.
unceremonious
Alamak,
end
ini lobang
to
maut,
the
Mat.
SI run
Mati lagi ni,
for
kena
Elevate,
confirm
the
mati.
only team so far that has been eliminated from competition. Raps hit that Denari trip mine, so you know exactly where he is in infirmary. Spiker's the one who might need a small shot in the arm as he takes some damage in his position. Hansen can easily have the assist waiting on the cross. Bay getting ever so close to the Capitao. An easy frag for Bay. And only one
Let's
remains.
go!
They started this map flawlessly. Do they end it on the same
Well
note?
play.
It all comes down to
Sabar.
stamp.
Belum lagi. Confident lah kau. Confident tai
Last
kau.
man standing, 35 seconds. Nade goes out. Bay evading that explosive, and they will do it. Flawless start, flawless end for Wild.
What a game, what a game. Let's go.
Time at the 6th Invitational is done. A big victory for the North Americans, even if it did get a bit scary at times. Wildcard emerged 2-1 over Elevate.
In the business, we call that locking in, Parker.
Locking
They might have gotten
in.
a bit sloppy towards the end.
Tengok ni geng. 80. Apa cerita? Tengok 80 macam mana pula. Apa cerita kita punya kawan ni? Come on, menang juga. Let's go.
And sets the pace, sets the tone that they're going to be difficult to beat defensively. If we're going
Nice
to be honest,
one,
though, again, what is really hindering them are these opening kills. Like 9 rounds played, you've only found the opening pick twice, and you didn't convert on one of those rounds. They've also had no multi-kills in this map. Diffuser, Gavin, and Kino have all had a 3K. So the firepower has gone out. You're not winning the early battles. And dare I say, M80 have just been far better here on Cafe. The first 2 rounds for Heretics, and then that's it. It's been all M80 since then. 6 of the last 7 rounds. The contrast is not lost to me. It's very similar to what we saw in Consulate. A quick M80 start, then Heretics dominated. Quick Heretics start, now M80 have been dominating. 3 opportunities to close this map out.
More hit and goal.
Could be posturing for... I was thinking maybe a little bit more
Ui,
direct.
bahaya ni, bahaya.
Probably unlikely given their current shape. Might be contesting for control above here initially. I wonder what this YouTube belt from Hot and Cold may be. Third floor of the target.
Flash Tom. And repel in for Kino. He'll lead the way on the Deimos to clear out Cocktail. But no. Opts to go towards Bathroom, and he gets the kill onto Upor. A quick little pivot from Kino nets him the pick. Once again, it's M80 that are just able to walk into the building and
Flank.
find an early kill. Flank from Grubby. tucked in left corner, but up close right as well. Perfect comeback from Gavin to help out. Diffuser was stuck in the corner. He was low. Grubby had his eyes set for that kill. Dancing around the frag grenades. Flexi does nothing. M80 on the verge of flawlessly finishing this off. They do so nicely. Pretty comfortable on Cafe in the end for the Munich Major Champions. And while finishing first seems very unlikely, with that map win, still technically a possibility. It does require many permutations to go their way, but they're more than happy to at least just end the day with a win.
Double digits for Gav. 10 kills across 10 rounds. Another stellar performance from a player who has been key for them so far in Paris. But I think taking a step back and looking at the team as a whole and the way in which they played, much better on Cafe. And I think also the ability to bounce back from the shocker that was Consulate, that's the kind of fortitude that will serve you well at an event like SA.
What this also means for Team Heretics is the only way for them to be able to finish first in this group is a 2-0 tomorrow against Weibo. And I don't think that is a likely outcome. Could happen. Will it happen? We'll have to wait and see for tomorrow and for them. No love lost, though, for Team Heretics, especially after what they did on Consulate. I think also going all the way back to Bank, which feels like a lifetime ago. The 7-3 scoreline actually was the one scoreline I would say in the series that really did not probably showcase actually how close that map actually was. Cafe, I think 7-3 feels about right. That was a very dominant finish for M80. But ultimately, again, I think for Heretics, they continue what is proving to be a very strong 6 Invitational. For M80, a bit of a bounce back, you know, but clearly just still got to shake the cobwebs off, right? Like, it's a bunch of 2-1s. This is going to be their third 2-1 performance, twice winning one, losing the other. So they haven't been able to have, like, a big statement result.
Yeah, definitely room for, I would classify it as refinement for M80. We know what they can be at their very best. If they can tap into that more and more as the tournament goes on, they will be well served. As I mentioned, Gav, 10 kills on Cafe. He's actually the MVP of the series, averaging over 10 per map, finishes on 31. It's a big clutch moment again. Phenomenal from him.
Poor old Skeptic, if you look at those numbers. 7-27.
Yeah, rough day at the office. But still, we kind of saw that trio still activate to an extent for Heretics. So I think for the remainder of the event, they'll continue to be a threat.
That's the big point. I think that trio, Flexi, Grubby, Upor, have been really good now over multiple matches. So it's not like a one-off for either of them. In fact, it's been all three of them pretty much continuously performing. For M80, again, a lot of things need to go their way if they are to finish first in this group. But more importantly, upper bracket will, of course, be secured with this result against Team Heretics. And while it's not back to the drawing board, I think for Fabian and Co, they know they've still got some work to do. But that's why we have group stage before playoffs. We're going to go to a break. Of course, more action to come on the other side.
So, kita punya prediction ni betul. Face betul, cuma kita tertinggal G2 di sini. Patut G2 naik atas. And then yang ni kita betul. Satu ni betul, 2, 3 betul yang kita punya tekaan ni. Cuma yang ni lah lari sikit. Yang ni patut naik atas ni. Ribu ni. Alright geng. Aku ingatlah cukup untuk hari geng. Sebelum aku NC, aku ucapkan terima kasih banyak pada Ubisoft. Thank you Ubisoft. Setelah sponsor aku Better Post ni telah menjadikan aku salah satu content creator untuk mereka. Thank you Ubisoft. Telah bagi aku co-streaming bersama dengan Ubisoft. Thank you Ubisoft. So geng, kita akan stream lagi besok untuk peringkat grup yang terakhir besok. So geng, bagi siapa berminat untuk main game ni dalam percuma geng, berjalan percuma dekat Ubisoft ataupun dekat Steam. Untuk main ranked, kau kena beli full game lah. Harga full game dalam RM7. Dan pastikan geng, setiap pembelian dekat Ubisoft punya platform boleh gunakan akun kod AyahGAMER, and then baru kau check out geng. Alright, cukup geng. Terima kasih besok geng. Assalamualaikum. Peace. Go.